This is Audible.
Witch Brew. Written by JA Konrath. Narrated by Dylan Hornick. Witch Brew. What happened in the North Woods? Former homicide cop Jacqueline "Jack" Daniels has 2 vacations planned. One at a bed and breakfast with her old pal Chandler. Another, a visit to a themed escape room with Phineas Troutt, her daughter Sam, Harry McGlade, and his son Harry Jr. Vacations are supposed to be an escape. But what if you can't escape? When both trips go terrifyingly wrong, Jack and those she loves must fight for their lives against a collection of villains too horrible to comprehend. And the maniacs running things aren't nearly as bad as the killers from Jack's past, who have plans of their own. Witch Brew by JA Konrath. The only escape is death. Witch Brew, a Jacqueline Jack Daniels thriller. JA Konrath. Witch Brew. 1½ ounces Empress 1908 Indigo Gin, 1 ounce Blue Curacao, 6 ounces Dull Pineapple Orange Banana Juice, 1 Bourbon Cocktail Cherry, crushed ice. Fill a highball glass with ice. Add cherry, curacao, and juice. Pouring over the back of a spoon, float the gin on top. Double, toil and trouble while you spit curses at your enemies. Author note: the Jack Daniels thriller series doesn't have to be read in order. Each book functions as a standalone, and no knowledge of any previous adventure is necessary to enjoy Witch Brew. That said, all of my books interconnect into a larger shared universe. If you'd like to see how, please visit my website at www.jakonrath.com. A big shout out to my frequent collaborator Ann Voss Peterson for letting me use her character Val Riker in a few scenes. Check out her series. Jack and Harry McGlade often show up, among other surprise cameos. Big shoutouts as well to my longtime readers and fans, and though I haven't dedicated a book to anyone in a while, Witch Brew is dedicated to several specific fans that I know on Facebook, specifically the JA Konrath fan page. Katie Gears, Drea Collis, Wendy Latham, Kelly Lyons, Jim Munchell, David Blaylock, Rita Goodall, Melissa Lawrence, Andrea Eskridge, Barbara Fanning, Christine Bach, Ian Atkinson, Matthew O'Sullivan, and Tonica Chantel. Dizzy, you might recognize that I borrowed your wonderful capitalization writing style for one of my villains. Thank you. As always, thanks for reading. Joe Konrath. Some when. Maybe we're still in Wisconsin, but we're hallucinating about the escape room. Or maybe we're still in the escape room and hallucinating about Wisconsin. Or both memories are real and we're just having cognitive problems. Or both memories are imaginary and nothing is real. How could that even be possible? Maybe you're not here. So who are you talking to? No one. Because I'm dead. The Witch. Destiny, Colorado. Sometimes she wasn't sure what was memory and what was brain damage. The Witch had a lot of brain damage. But it didn't really matter. Either way, there would be revenge. Revenge served so cold that icicles dripped from it. She couldn't see inside Jack's house through the rifle scope. Besides, the blinds being drawn, the windows were opaque. Probably bulletproof, she thought. A hard lesson, well earned. Congratulations, Jack, on learning from past mistakes. The surveillance van where the witch sat also had bulletproof glass. Jack and her husband Finn were dangerous. The witch knew this intimately well. A nondescript car pulled up behind the van, and a familiar figure parked and stepped out. The Paladin. A scarf around her face, her hat brim pulled low to shield her eyes. She limped over to the side panel of the van and knocked 4 times with one disfigured hand. The witch opened the door and let the paladin in, reflexively checking the street to make sure no one was paying attention to either of them. No one was. The solar farm occupying the 20 acres of land boasted an after-hour shift of skeleton workers. "She still inside?" the paladin asked as the witch slid the panel door closed. "Whole family is. Sleeping." Not much scared the witch, but the paladin was scary. Scarier than Jack and Phin, maybe even scarier than me. "We could go in right now, kill everyone," the paladin said. "That isn't the plan. We could restrain them, cut off their eyelids so they have to watch while we torture their daughter to death." "Fun. You've given this some thought. Revenge is all I think about." "Me too, but that isn't the plan." After a short silence, the paladin said, "We can make it the plan." "The wizard has other plans." "Since when is he our boss?" The witch considered it. "We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the wizard." "You know he's probably even crazier than we are, right?" "Crazy is a relative term," said the witch. "Everyone is crazy. Some of us embrace it and benefit from it. Enjoy it." "I don't enjoy being crazy," the paladin said. "I just enjoy the crazy things I do. It makes it easier to be crazy." "We'll stick with the plan." The scar tissue around the paladin's eyes narrowed. "How are your headaches?" "Bad." "Mine too." "Life is pain," said the witch, looking at the paladin's hands. "We endure it, so we can cause it." "Or we could forgive and move on," said the paladin. "I've forgiven you." "Have you?" The witch didn't trust the paladin in the least. But the enemy of my enemy is my ally, at least for the time being. "If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead," the paladin said. "The reverse is also true. We're both experienced, we're both deadly, but for the moment we both have a common goal. If we have any scores to settle with each other, let's wait until we finish up the current business." After a brief, intense stare-down, the paladin nodded, then reached for the rifle. The witch handed it over. "Jack is leaving tomorrow morning," the witch said. "I'll follow her. You stay here and watch Phin and the girl." "I know the plan," the paladin said. "Then don't muck it up." The witch left the van, got into the car, and drove back to the hotel. "I've caused so much pain, and I have so much more to cause." Both thoughts were equally pleasant, and the witch smiled, even as her headache felt like her brain was turning inside out. Which, in a way, it was. Jack. I opened my eyes and stretched out in bed, my palms pushing against the headboard. Phin stirred next to me, looping his arm around my waist and snugging me closer. "Sleep okay?" "I did," I said, tilting away so I didn't assault him with my morning breath. "Nightmares?" "Not too bad. You?" "Not too bad." We were quiet for a bit. I peeked at the clock. "What time is it?" I asked. It was a game I played with my husband. He had an almost supernatural power when it came to guessing the time. "We have 60 seconds before our daughter and dog barge in." He was off by 30 seconds. Samantha knocked on our bedroom door, came in after we invited her, and climbed onto the bed between us. Duffy the hound, her sleeping companion, also jumped up, lying across my legs. "I know where we should go when we visit Uncle Harry and Harry Jr. in Los Angeles," Sam announced. "Disneyland?" I guessed. "Knott's Berry Farm? Universal Studios?" Sam shook her head and showed me her cell phone. I squinted at the screen. "The Escape Room of Terror," I read aloud from the website. "It's one of the best-rated escape rooms in the world, Mom." Sam's tone was deadly serious. Less than 0.1% of people solve it. Not 1%, 0.1%. That's 1 out of 1,000. But we could do it. I'm really smart, and you and Uncle Harry used to be detectives. And Dad is really tough. I also have a brain, Phin said. I'm not just hunky man candy with big muscles. I'm not a fan of being scared, Munchkin, I told her. It's not real, Mom. It's all puzzles and brain teasers. And if we escape, we get our pictures on the Wall of Fame. Maybe Uncle Harry has the trip already planned, Phin said, trying to help me out. Sam touched her phone and Harry McGlade popped up on a Zoom call. Actually, Jackie, I did some research and this place looks hella fun, Harry said. His son, Harry Jr., was sitting on his lap. They were dressed in identical white suits like Mr. Rourke and Tattoo from the old TV show Fantasy Island. Didn't we have enough fun the last time we saw each other? I said, hoping McGlade got the hint. But McGlade never got the hint. Hell no, that was nothing but horrible deaths. And the time before that, horrible deaths. And the time before that, horrible deaths. How about we get together for once and not have any horrible deaths? I glanced at Phin. He shrugged. I'd be up for something that didn't involve horrible deaths, but it's on you, Jack. Please, Mom, Sam begged. It's a make-believe escape room. There won't be any horrible deaths. I sighed. Fine, I acquiesced. We'll go into the escape room of terror. Because what were the chances that, once again, we'd wind up dealing with psychopaths who wanted to kill all of us? I mean, the chance had to be close to 0, right? I'll grab Tix, Harry said. This is supposed to be scary, so you may have to wear your big girl diapers. Sam laughed. Uncle Harry, I don't have to wear big girl diapers. I was talking to your father, Harry said. Phin gave Sam's phone the finger. So how is everyone? Harry said. I got this court-appointed thing I need to do. We gotta go, Harry, I told him. We'll catch up when we see you in a few weeks. You aren't curious about my court-appointed thing? The devious crimes I committed in order to have a court-appointed thing? I'm curious about your court-appointed thing, Sam said. Did you kill someone? Lots of people, Harry said. But this is for something unrelated to all of those premeditated deaths weighing hard on my conscience. Like that one guy I killed with that name because he did that thing. The guilt sometimes keeps me up at night for minutes, wondering what his name was, or that could have been an ayahuasca trip. The devil was there. I can't even remember if Satan is real or not. I have all sorts of weird memories. Or that could have been the meth. Hey, I quit taking meth. It's not that hard. All these folks say it's impossible to quit meth, but I thought it was easy with the right combination of fentanyl and cigarettes and cocaine. We're eating in 5 minutes. We gotta go. The soup is burning. Talk later, I said, snatching Sam's cell and killing the call. Sam frowned at me. Mom, you can't burn soup. It's non-flammable liquid. Your mother lied to Uncle Harry so she didn't have to talk to him, Phin explained. Not wrongfully. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and reached for his bathrobe on the floor. That's mean, Mom. She's very mean, Phin said. Sometimes when you're at school, she hits me with a ruler. A ruler, Dad? Phin played it stone-face. It's true. She beat me within an inch of my life. I offered a polite laugh. Sam held firm. Not funny, Dad. Phin went for seconds. It was a 3-foot ruler. Guess where we got it? Where? Sam asked. A yard sale. I forced another sympathy laugh. Sam did not. Phin tried one more time. Your mother told me not to put glue on my revolver, but I'm sticking to my guns. I'm too old for your lame dad jokes, Sam said, looking as serious as a precocious 9-year-old could look. Go clean up the dog poop in the backyard, her father said. Are you punishing me for not laughing? That's petty. That is petty, Phin said. And yes. Sam paused. Mom, Dad, before I pick up all of Duffy's stinky fecal deposits, I have a serious question. I can't promise a serious answer, sweetie, Phin told her. I have no control over the dad jokes when the situation arises. I'm like a werewolf in a full moon. Do you know where werewolves go when they want to be in the movies? Sam didn't take the bait. Hollywood, Phin said. Sam looked at me, desperate. Mom, can you be serious? I'll give you a serious answer, Sam. Okay, I've been thinking about this a lot. She inhaled deeply, then blew it out like I do when I'm trying to fully empty my lungs of carbon dioxide before some breathing meditation. When do I get to have my own adventures? I blinked, then looked at Finn. He spread his hands and lifted his shoulders. What do you mean, Pumpkin? I asked, hoping for some clarification. You have adventures where you're the star, so does Dad. Even Uncle Harry does. When do I get to be the star? You've been in plenty of adventures, Finn told her. I've been in your adventures, like a sidekick. Do I ever get to do my own? When you're older, you'll have lots of adventures all on your own where you're the star, I reassured her. Do you have to die first? That one took me by surprise. Die? You know how in the Marvel comic books there can't be a new Black Panther until the old Black Panther dies? Is it like that? I was at a loss, but Finn stepped up. Not at all, Sam. You know how Peter Parker is Spider-Man and he doesn't die, but Miles Morales is also Spider-Man? It can be like that. No one has to die for you to have adventures. Got it? She nodded. Now go pick up those nasty dog dumps. Sam got to it, with that childish spring in her step informing us she was on a mission to do something with purpose. I shot a glance at Finn. She'll be fine, Finn assured me. Surveyor said the backyard is safe. We'd had a pretty scary sinkhole issue a while ago, and I was happy for the constant reminders that our house and child weren't going to be swallowed up by the earth. I'm fine with the yard, I told him, not so sure about me having to die so she can have her own adventures. No one is going to die, he said in a way that didn't sound reassuring at all. You all packed? I nodded. Happy to be going? He cinched a ratty bathrobe around his waist, but still managed to look sexy. I didn't reply verbally or physically. My husband sensed my reluctance. You haven't seen Val in forever. It's not that. When was the last time you went on a girls' trip? It's been a long time. I considered it and sat up. Never. I've never gone on a girls' trip. I want to see Val, and the Airbnb she picked out looks fun. Damn right, Finn said. Going to the Wisconsin Northwoods to see the autumn leaves turn colors? That's more excitement than any person should be allowed to have in a lifetime. She said it's gorgeous, and she said she needed to talk to me about something. So, why are you dreading it? I didn't answer. You don't want to leave us alone, Finn stated. He was correct, but I didn't want to put that on him. Finn walked around the bed and stood beside me. You know I'm a certified badass, right? Are they certifying people these days? They are. I was top of my class at badassery. Want to feel my muscle? He flexed his biceps. I reached up and squeezed his arm. Not bad for a 40-something stay-at-home dad. Impressive, Mr. Troutt. Me and the progeny can take care of ourselves. You go up north with your friend. Talk with her. Take 5 zillion pictures of trees that you can bore us with. You need a vacation before we have to go to California and have a vacation with Harry. I nodded, then stood up and held him. My cell rang and I glanced at it. Number unknown. I let it ring, and then number unknown blinked and became Pick It Up Jack. My spine stiffened because I had a good idea who it was. Chandler, I answered. I've been using your phone to listen to your conversation, she said in a near monotone. It was so wholesome it made me uncomfortable. Chandler was a spy. She worked at an ultra-secret government agency, killed bad people for money, and was exactly the type of dangerous person that I didn't want hanging around my husband and daughter while I was gone. It also makes me uncomfortable for you to listen to my conversations. Don't get your boy shorts all wadded up, Lieutenant. I'm not a cop anymore, and how do you know I wear boy shorts? I'm not snooping to be pervy. So answer the underwear question. I guess you're in your 50s and need to drop 10 pounds. If you want to tuck in the gut, your choice is granny panties or boy shorts. Even though your current wardrobe has fallen off, you still have enough pride to avoid the granny panties. Fair enough, but how did you know I need to drop access to your camera roll? Jesus, Jack, you know telecommunications companies only exist to leak all of your personal data. You want privacy? Get a burner phone. Also, Sam is right. If she is going to be the hero of her own story, you need to die first. That's crazy. For the sidekick to become the hero needs to die. Maybe she becomes a hero and I grow old and become the sidekick. Doesn't work that way. Do I have to die too? Finn asked. You're a guy, Chandler said. You can be the wise old man figure. What about the wise old woman figure? I asked. There are no old wise women, Chandler said. There are only wicked old women. We call them witches. I wasn't going to argue. What do you want, Chandler? You're going up north with Val Riker? That's correct. I'm going to come along. That was an unexpected twist. I wouldn't have pegged you as a woman who cared about fall foliage. I need some girl time. I found that hard to believe. I find that hard to believe. In my line of work, you don't exactly make friends, Jack. Just because I can kill someone in 17 different ways with a crayon doesn't mean I don't need occasional camaraderie. You want camaraderie? And how many ways with a crayon did you say? 17? I couldn't even think of one. Maybe shoving it up their nose? Also, Chandler hesitated. I need your advice on something. The woman who can speak 18 languages needs to pick my little old brain on something. I speak 26 languages, and yes. I don't see what I could possibly teach you, Chandler. Finn nudged me and whispered, Stop being a dick. She saved my ass. Twice. So you go with her, I whispered back. I'm doing that thing with Sam. Also, she scares the crap out of me. I can hear you both, Chandler said. Chandler, no offense, whenever someone says that, they're about to offend you. You just don't seem like the type of person who likes hanging out with friends. That's what my shrink says. You have a shrink? I blinked. Isn't that some sort of national security leak? You talk about my feelings, not the countless people I've retired. Assassinated, I corrected. Retired people continue to breathe so they can play golf. Chandler pressed. I have your flight information. Of course you do. I'll meet you in the airport in Madison. I'll get a rental. We can drive up together. A relaxing getaway with my friend suddenly got a lot more weighty. I need to check with Val. I already did. And she agreed? No, she's already dialing your phone right now to cancel. See you at MSN tomorrow. Chandler hung up just as Val called. I picked up by saying, Do not leave me alone with Chandler. I can't go, Jack. She probably won't murder us both. Probably. You know I don't like Chandler. She's likely listening right now, I said. I don't care. I told her exactly that when she called, but it's not Secret Agent James Blonde who's the reason I can't go. It's Lund. Lund was her hunky firefighter beau. Lund won't let you? I can't leave him right now. He broke both of his hands saving a cat from a collapsing building. Of course he did. That sounded exactly like Lund. Jesus, Val, is he okay? The cat is fine, Lund interjected. Tell Lund I said hey, Finn said over my shoulder. Hey, Finn, Lund answered back. I'm on so many painkillers I could chew off my own tongue and not feel it. Cool. How about those Packers? Finn asked him. Apparently privacy on a phone call was an archaic concept to the entire world. I turned to the father of my child, my expression icy. Do you want the phone so you can talk to him? Gotta go, Lund. The old lady is being bitchy. Finn winked at me as he left the bedroom. I was a strong woman, so I refused to beg. Val, please, you have to come along, I begged. He can't even go to the bathroom by himself, Jack. It's true, Lund added. I just pissed all over my bandages. They smell like asparagus. He's on a lot of painkillers, Val explained. And a lot of asparagus, Lund said. What about that thing you wanted to talk to me about? I asked. I'll Zoom you, Jack. I lowered my voice. Val, Chandler's a lot. How about you bring Lund? You're not seriously suggesting that, Val said. You know they have a history. When he and I were taking a break, that bitch seduced him." "That bitch is still listening," Chandler said, butting into the call. "It's supposed to be a girl trip, but I might make an exception for Lund." I rubbed my face. Jesus, Chandler. Boundaries. I liked the James Blonde joke, Val, but I'm currently a redhead. "I currently don't give a shit," Val replied. "Take plenty of tree pics. Jack, we'll talk later. Chandler, try not to kill anybody." "You've killed people too, Val." "Person, you've killed entire villages." "I spared women and children," Chandler countered. "Mostly." "Is it strange that everyone I know has killed people?" I asked myself aloud. "I've only killed deer, ducks, and six-packs," Lund volunteered. "And that asparagus. Do we have more asparagus?" "Hey Jack, you should invite Val to that escape room trip with Harry," Chandler said, apparently enjoying her intrusion in my life. "They don't really get along," I explained. Chandler tisk-tisked. "She doesn't like me, she doesn't like Harry. Val, have you ever talked to a therapist about antisocial personality disorder?" Val snorted. "Haven't you tortured people to death, Chandler?" "Sure, to save the world, but I wasn't being a jerk about it." "Later, Jack." Val hung up. "I need you to stop listening in on my calls like some deranged stalker," I told Chandler. Chandler didn't answer. "I know you're there. I can hear the gears turning in your little spy head." "You think Val doesn't like me because I fucked her boyfriend?" "She probably doesn't want to swap snaps with you. And Lund is her fiancé." "Huh, so it's serious then. He's a good guy. Maybe with a good guy in her life, she'll stop being so negative." "I know you've had all kinds of trauma in your past, but you gotta start trying to act like a human being, Chandler." My shrink tells me the same thing. Make small talk about mundane things, she says. So, did you see last week's episode of Grey's Anatomy? What a show, right? All that medical stuff that happened and all those characters doing doctor things. Jesus, I'll see you tomorrow. I hung up. Then, for good measure, I turned off my phone. I considered taking out my SIM card, then wondered if SIM cards were even a thing anymore. Then realized that both Finn and Sam had cell phones, and if Chandler wanted to listen in, she'd listen in. The company you keep, right? I got up and went to the kitchen, seeing Finn and Sam pick up dog turds while Duffy the Hound squatted next to a hydrangea and made some new ones. On my counter, my elderly calico cat Mr. Friskers whined, begging for food. I don't want to go to northern Wisconsin with Chandler, or to California to see McGlade. The cat did not appear to be sympathetic. Why does it seem like I don't have any say in my own life? Mr. Friskers walked up to me, and then swiped a coffee mug off the counter, sending it to the floor. He'd been doing that for over a decade, and we'd long ago switched to plastic drinkware to avoid any more breakage. But it was still obnoxious. "That's why no one likes you," I informed him. He hopped off the counter, went to his empty aluminum bowl, and swatted that across the room. It clanged, predictably, and for the 100th time I made a mental note to replace the metal bowl with a plastic one. Then, for the 100th time, I remembered that he chewed up his last plastic bowl and then shit bits of plastic on our bed, which was why we switched to aluminum. What was the solution? A bowl that attached to the floor so he couldn't bat it around? I didn't want to have to grab a screwdriver every time I needed to clean his bowl. A firm reprimand anytime he misbehaved? Mr. Friskers didn't take well to training. It took me 2 years just to get him to stop jumping on my head and trying to claw my eyes out. New cat? Something I considered every day. But I'd had him for over 15 years. How long could he have left? I sighed, knowing he'd probably outlive me, especially if Sam finally had her own adventures. "I guess we're stuck with you," I said to the cat in a loving voice. He knocked his food bowl into his water bowl, splashing liquid all over the floor. "I'm not going to feed you if you keep acting like a dick." He kept acting like a dick. I fed him anyway. So much for sticking to my guns. Where did I just hear something about sticking to guns? The information eluded me. I forgot what I was in the middle of doing. Went to feed the cat and saw I had already fed the cat. Senior moment? Normal, age-related, short-term memory issues? Or was I having a more serious issue? Finn came in, followed by Duffy. Finn went to the sink to wash his hands. Duffy the basset hound went to lick up the water Mr. Friskers had spilled. Hunt, have you noticed me having any trouble remembering stuff lately? He wiped his hands on his jeans and gave me a look. You've been distracted lately. Really? You forgot you had a roast in the oven. Burned it so bad Duffy wouldn't even eat it. And he ate a squirrel that had been dead for a week. Right, I said, trying to recall that memory. Last week, right? 2 days ago. Huh. That wasn't good. 647. Finn said. What's that? Random number. You really think you're having some cognitive issues? I don't know. Brain fog. Could be from the bug. Our family had shared whatever current edition of COVID-19 had been going around, and I still hadn't completely shaken off the lethargy. Want to see someone? Get it checked out? I don't know. Maybe. What was the number I just said? 647. Correct. When was the last time we had sex? Yesterday. It was 4 days ago. That long? So why am I still sore? Finn winked, because I'm a brutish, unstoppable sex machine. 1, 2. With Sam in the house? She can put in her earbuds, play video games. I felt distracted and wasn't really in the mood. How about a quick BJ in the bathroom? My back hurts, so you can stand on the toilet. Sounds super romantic. Finn deadpanned. I'm in. He led me by the hand, and halfway into it, I stopped, overcome with panic. Jack? You okay? The number you told me. I looked up at him, my eyes glassy. I forgot it. Captive 82. Somewhere in the North Woods. She awoke from her nightmare, abruptly jerking to a sitting position, gasping as if she'd been holding her breath for an extended time, and after a few moments of frantic disorientation, the realization of her predicament hit full force, and the fear threatened to devour her, and she wished so badly she could return to the safety of that nightmare, rather than be forced to confront the current, inescapable horror. Her enclosure was small, rectangular, made of concrete blocks and mortar. Its width not much more than her shoulders, its height not even enough to crouch. She couldn't fully stretch out her legs without hitting walls. Her upper body had been propped up on another sharp cement block in an awkward sitting position, knees together and bent to the side, as if trying to fit in a bathtub that was too small. Her mind raced as fast as her pulse. A prison cell? A grave? It isn't much larger than a coffin. No light, no door, no escape. This is familiar somehow, almost expected. Why? I can't remember why. The odd position she found herself in made some sort of sense, but the reason remained sealed in the recesses of her mind, mimicking how she was sealed in this tomb. What was the name of that story? Premature Burial? The Tomb of Ligeia? The Cask of Amontillado. That old Edgar Allan Poe tale where a man was entombed alive behind a brick wall. This isn't a way to temporarily restrain me. I'm meant to die here. In the darkness, she ran trembling fingers over her body. I'm wearing a bathrobe. No pain from injuries, no dampness from blood. A headache. Disorientation. Was I drugged? She swallowed, her throat moist. That's good. I haven't been here long enough to get thirsty. Maybe the mortar hasn't fully dried yet. Maybe I can push or scrape my way out. Her hands probed the walls, pushing and flexing, hoping to find some leeway, some spot where cold stone wiggled and shifted. All the mortar seams she touched were dry and rough. This is an old structure. but I was recently sealed in here, posed in this odd position. She filled her lungs, then sucked in tiny breaths to inflate them to capacity. After holding for 5 seconds, she blew out hard through her mouth, oxygenating my blood, blowing out all the carbon dioxide, clearing my head, and slowing my heart rate. I remember how to do that, but I don't remember how I got here. She repeated the breathing exercise 3 more times, then felt relaxed enough to concentrate. Concrete blocks are 8 inches by 16 inches. I haven't been in here for very long. There have to be several blocks that were recently laid. The mortar's still damp. Find those blocks, push my way out. She slowly rolled sideways. When her bare skin brushed the ground, she found an inch of small, rough stones. Grabbing a few, lifting them to her face, she took a careful sniff, then touched her tongue to a pebble. Rock salt. Why is rock salt obvious? What is my brain screaming at me to recall? She tried to pin down her last memory, trying to piece together any clue of how she got there, and suddenly and horrifically realized the reason for the salt. The reason for the posed position. The reason for being sealed alive in a concrete tomb. When the memory came, it came with screaming. Jack, Lake Flathead, Wisconsin. It doesn't look like the listing pic. Chandler frowned as she pulled into the unpaved driveway, river rock and gravel crunching under the tires of the rental SUV. On the B&B rental app, the house appeared bright and well-maintained, almost austere, promising a fun party atmosphere intertwined with moments of thoughtful introspection while communing with nature. In reality, the house looked like a moldering dump that had a rough fight with time and weather and got its ass kicked. Everything is Photoshop these days, I said. No skill even needed. Press a few keys and some AI program will turn your shitty rental property into every vacationer's dream palace. Chandler threw the vehicle in a park, her frown deepening. Her red hair, cut short, was tucked under the Packers baseball cap she'd bought at the airport. Like all good secret agents, she made an effort to blend in. She glanced over her shoulder. During the ride up, Chandler had been preoccupied/obsessed about being tailed, and even had written a cloverleaf exchange unnecessarily to check if anyone was following us. I didn't mind her paranoia. I'd had more than my share of bad people try to hurt me. Or worse. Seemingly satisfied that no one was after us, Chandler turned back to the house and wrinkled her nose. The reviews didn't mention the ick factor. I shrugged. Reviews are fake, bots generating text, or click farms in some poor country. Glad to see the years haven't made you even more cynical, Jack. Dibs on the bedroom not infested with bugs or squirrels. We climbed out of the rental and I stretched my arms skyward and leaned back, listening to my sore vertebrae crackle like a bag of chips. I considered going to the tailgate and grabbing my suitcase, but instead watched as Chandler beelined for the front porch and stuck her hand in a concrete planter, rooting around the wilting honeysuckle and finding the property key. She eyed the lock. We don't even need a key. A 5-year-old could pick this open. Should I go find a 5-year-old? Chandler sniffed. Find a fumigator. This place smells like it's filled with dead bodies. Knowing my history, it probably was, but I was so travel-bushed I really wouldn't mind. The drive from the airport in Madison to this middle-of-nowhere spot in north-central Wisconsin had taken us 4 hours and change. But before Chandler had picked me up, I'd flown the red-eye from Destiny, Colorado, and endured 2 delays, so the 2.5-hour flight took 4, half of it stuck on the tarmac waiting to taxi to a terminal because why should an airline be held accountable for figuring out something as complicated as deboarding? Even if my bed was a nest of spiders, I was definitely crashing there. But I probably should be the first inside, so Chandler got the nest of spiders, not me. As my younger acquaintance picked the old door lock even though she had a key, I took in a fuller panoramic view of the rental property. The large ranch-style house needed some repairs. Crooked gutters, green moss on the shingles, a crack in one of the bay windows overlooking an overgrown garden, chunks of missing concrete on the walk-up. But, taking a step back, proved worthy of an awe moment. The forest around the house, 17 acres of hard maple, oak, hickories, poplar, and dogwood, had just begun preparing for the oncoming winter, and the fall colors were nothing short of spectacular in the evening light. 6 shades of yellow, pops of red and purple, bronze and gold, orange and mocha, softly waving everywhere I looked. I watched one deep crimson rogue daredevil detach into a gentle ballet as it fluttered to the driveway, landing next to my right foot. When Val Riker had called me for a girls' trip and insisted on going up north to see the leaves change, I wondered if the woman I used to do tequila shooters with after a shitty day of police work had somehow gone into full-on doddering mode, complete with a suction shower grab bar, a handrail next to the toilet, and a growing cat collection. Only old people travel to see trees, right? But as I stared at the maple leaf nature had gifted, it clicked with me. A feeling as pure and rich as viewing a rare work of art. Life can be gorgeous. Stinks like old man diapers, Chandler said, nose crinkled and staring into the door she'd picked open in less than 3 seconds. And dead mice. Life can also be stanky. I voted for a Pinot Noir tour of Napa Valley, I told her. We would have stayed in a Vinters chateau overlooking a brook, and they bring you wine with breakfast, masseuse on premises. Up the road was a famous chocolatier. Why the hell didn't we go there? It cost more. Dibs on the bedroom that doesn't smell like diaper mice. I left my suitcase in the Ford and briskly walked to the threshold, not joking when I said I wanted first dibs on the bedrooms. While I didn't suffer from insomnia as badly as I did in my younger years, I still had specific requirements to get a good night's sleep. The absence of foul odors was high on the list. The fallen leaves rustled as I blazed my trail, and something on the driveway crunched underfoot. Likely gravel. I made it to the doorway and took a tentative sniff. Not too bad, but something else was off. I paused in the great room, taking it in, tuning into my feelings. The house looked a lot nicer on the inside. High ceilings, soft lighting provided by an obligatory Wisconsin antler chandelier, and half a dozen brass and glass floor lamps that varied in styles but all looked antique. There was a mud carpet on a scarred-up hardwood floor, a cast-iron hat rack, and an open floor concept allowing a full view of the kitchen, the living room with a wooden rocking chair and huge stone fireplace, and the mouth of a hallway. This place is a dump, Chandler said. She ran her hand across a wall next to a framed portrait of a severe-looking elderly woman with a bun that seemed too tight, lead paint, and flakes off to the touch. Try to resist licking the walls. Now I want to do it. Does that make me weird? Yes, wanting to eat toxic paint chips makes you weird. Chandler held a large fleck of paint and scrutinized it. Lead has a sweet taste. That's why so many children ate it and got sick. Accrues in your bones, stays there for decades, leads to irreversible brain damage, developmental delay, learning disabilities, psychosis. You're just a treasure trove of delightful trivia. She reached for an ancient light switch that fit right in with the vintage lamps, and when she flicked it up and down, they all turned on with a noticeable flicker. Bad wiring, likely a fire hazard. Where's your sense of adventure? I've been to 117 countries and all 50 states. Do you know where I rank Wisconsin? 97th. You invited yourself to this outing and now you want to whine about it? She shrugged. My therapist said I keep too much bottled up. I need to express my feelings. And what are you feeling right now? I feel I want to dig up the dead guy who built this shitty house so I can punch his teeth out. See how healthy sharing is? I strolled past her and noticed things on the walls. Lots of things. Framed black and white photos of lush landscapes and unhappy people who grew up in a time when things were harder. Old beer signs and pop signs. I'm from Chicago and we call it pop, not soda. Some postcards, shelves of old ceramic and glass insulators, shadow boxes with old fishing tackle, and lots of taxidermy. Antlers, deer heads, a bear paw, a decent-sized northern pike, 2 ducks posed in faux flight, wings spread and stuck to a hanging piece of driftwood. Eclectic, Chandler said. Sure, in a quaint, Norman Bates sort of way that made my cop sense tingle slightly. "Floor needs a sweep," I said, kicking some white pebbles across the hardwood. "Rock salt," Chandler said. "Does it snow this soon up north?" "Welcome to the Northwoods. It snows an average of 125 inches a year. That's 375.5 centimeters converting to metric. I bet you're good at Jeopardy." I don't watch TV. "What do you do to distract yourself?" I asked. "I do push-ups until my nose starts to bleed." Yeah, she was going to be a real hoot to spend a few days with. I forged ahead down the hall, the wooden floor creaking underfoot. I liked a creaky floor. It meant people couldn't sneak up on you. I checked the first door, saw a small bedroom with a thin-looking twin mattress and a tiny jail cell window. No thanks. Second door was a tiled half-bath with a white ceramic sink and a toilet that hadn't been updated since Nixon was elected. It wasn't looking promising. Third door was some sort of game room with a card table, an unplugged mechanical pinball machine, an unplugged ramshackle Wurlitzer jukebox, and an old merry-go-round horse on a brass pole stuck into the floor. The wooden horse was shedding blue paint and had huge bulging white eyes that made it seem terrified, and truth told, I was a little terrified of it. Behind the horse, a big shelf of board games next to a pegboard filled with odd items. I pressed on, hoping to find the room featured in the B&B website so I could claim it before Chandler did. Fourth door. Jackpot. The main bedroom, spacious and bright with a puffy king-sized 4-poster bed that had one of those princess-ish sheer white mosquito nets hanging over it, a sliding patio door that opened up to a porch, and another door that revealed a full bath with an old cast-iron tub. "Dibs on this one," I called to Chandler. "Does the tub in the app look like the pics?" she yelled back. "Or is it ass?" "Ass," I said, wanting the bathtub to myself. It was smaller than my tub in Colorado, made during a time when people were smaller, but curling up in a cozy antique tub seemed particularly inviting. "How's my room?" She answered her own question a moment later as she took a peek. "My room sucks." I passed her, offering a commiserating pat on the shoulder. "It seems fine." "I've been in Karachi jail cells nicer than this." Her lips pressed together so hard they become a thin, colorless line. "And bigger." "I'll let you have one of my quilts. My giant bed has 3 of them." I went back to the truck to get my carry-on suitcase and my smaller checked bag, and as I wheeled it down the hall, I saw Chandler on all fours, peeking under her tiny bed. "I found the dead mouse smell," she said. "You know, they can spread hantavirus. Causes hemorrhagic fever. Bad way to die. Every hole in your body sheds blood, even bloody tears and sweat. I've seen something similar. Awful." "A large part of being friends is not constantly bringing up ways to die," I suggested. "Maybe I can share your room. Restless sleeper, I'd just kick you all night. I've been kicked before. Lots of times." "I also fart," I said. "Like an outboard motor, Finn tells me." Chandler's expression became even more sour. "I'll give you 20 gold Krugerrands to switch rooms." I shook my head. "I can't be bribed. I used to be a cop. Many have tried. I have an incorruptible moral center. Anyone can be corrupted. It just depends on the incentive. How about a kilo of DMT?" "Pass. Isn't DMT that hallucination stuff?" Chandler nodded. "Fleming makes it so she can explore the interconnectedness of Jungian universal consciousness, allowing her to interface with subjective reality." "Sounds deep." "I think that's just an excuse to trip balls. I did it once. Saw Buddha." "How'd that go?" She shrugged. I kicked his ass. "How very zen of you." Chandler shrugged. Not my fault he wouldn't fight back. When she wasn't applying herself, Chandler came up short at the gentle art of conversation. During the drive up, she answered most of my questions monosyllabically, only becoming animated when discussing something she hated or someone she gruesomely killed. She didn't ask me for advice, she alluded to on our earlier phone call, and I didn't bring it up. I was fine with waiting to find out. "How is your sister, other than a drug kingpin?" I asked, attempting an effort to make this friendship thing work. "Still dating that basic nerd guy whose cherry she popped. Still in a wheelchair. Currently studying classic dynamics Laplace-Rungelen's vectors. Sounds fun. It's not rocket science. Well, technically it is rocket science. Did you learn Cartesian coordinate systems in middle school? We had multiplication flashcards, I said, and I think he just made all those words up. Chandler shrugged. Unconventional education. How about we trade rooms or I'll break 3 of your ribs? Is that how your shrink tells you to act around female friends? Point taken. Rock, paper, scissors? We'll discuss the room situation after shots of Cuervo and a bottle of wine. Let's unpack. Fine, whatever. I like the dead mouse smell anyway. I made a gun with my thumb and index finger, fired off a shot, and went to unpack and bounce on my awesome gigantic bed. It only took 5 minutes to get everything squared away, including the item in my checked luggage, a 9mm Smith & Wesson 986 revolver, and 2 7-round moon clips with a box of ammo. I swung out the cylinder and loaded the clip, which took longer than it would have with a normal revolver, but it was worth it because my husband had a G17 Gen 4 Glock. We liked being a one-caliber power couple when it came to our sidearms. Trying to load the wrong size ammo during a firefight was a recipe for death. I placed the gun and ammunition in the nightstand next to the bed, and went back to the car to see Chandler unloading the groceries we'd picked up at the Lake Flathead Supermarket. I assumed its actual name was Supermarket, but the R had fallen off the marquee. The pickings had been slim at the tiny corner store, but we managed to secure some fresh produce, eggs and bacon, bread and lunch meat, and most importantly, coffee and booze. As we unpacked in the kitchen, Chandler stuffed things into the fridge while I found glassware in the form of old mason jars. Très redneck chic. Or maybe just plain old redneck. What do you want to start with, Cuervo or Wino? I asked, holding a bottle in each hand. Doesn't matter, all comes out looking the same. We could just mix them both in a bowl and lap it up like dogs, I suggested. Tempting. Let's start with tequila. I also brought some gummies. THC? I nodded. Wisconsin hadn't legalized marijuana, but I came from Colorado, where they sold weed on every street corner. Maybe it'll help me unwind, Chandler said. Do I seem tense to you? You seem like you're ready to jump out of your skin and then go on a skeleton rampage. Some pot would be great. I went back to my room, dug into the hidden zippered pocket in my luggage, and took out a plastic bag of gummies. Back in the kitchen, Chandler had poured us each a generous shot of tequila, and we sat across from each other at the mid-century modern Formica dinette set, each with a view of the cracked bay window. Cheers. I raised my glass. Here's to acting like normal people. We toasted and drank, and once the liquor hit my gut, I felt myself relaxing for the first time since my panic the day before. So, how strong are these? Chandler had opened up the edibles and gave the candy a tentative sniff. They'll get you there, 4 milligrams each. They'll take the edge off, but you don't get stuck to the couch for 3 hours. How many do we need to start enjoying life? We could start with this one and work our way up. Chandler divvied out doses, and I found the silverware drawer and a plate, and sliced up a Granny Smith apple and a block of sharp cheddar. I saw she'd bought some Ritz crackers and took a sleeve of those to our table. We ate our gummies and nibbled at the snacks, and we each did another tequila shooter. And then we poured some wine and sat in semi-comfortable silence, and stared at the picturesque autumn scene outside, pretty as a postcard. Maybe traveling to see the fall colors was a good idea after all. Chandler broke the silence by cackling like a hysterical witch. I'm watching the leaves fall and realize that's why fall is called fall. I laughed along. Maybe you should have started with half a gummy. Nah, I feel good. You feeling good, Jack? I am. And I was. So what do normal people talk about? Families? Feelings? Worries? And that helps? What's the saying? Joy shared is joy multiplied, pain shared is pain divided. My saying is secret shared will get you killed. No one is getting killed this weekend, I said, hopefully. After a moment of silence, Chandler confided, I have concerns that I'm not normal. I was sensing that. I get night terrors, soak the mattress with sweat. Then we definitely aren't sharing a bed, I said, raising my wine glass. We clinked and drank. The booze and THC worked their magic. You still seeing that spy guy? I asked. Heath? We have this on-again, off-again thing where 1 minute we're passionately fucking and then the next minute we're passionately trying to kill each other. With Chandler, that likely wasn't a euphemism. What is it now? Sex or death? We're doing okay at the moment, which means we'll be shooting at each other in a month or two. Outside I heard some motored something. Chainsaw or tractor or truck. I couldn't tell how close or far away it was. Eventually, I asked Chandler, "Do you have any relationships that aren't volatile?" It's more adversarial than volatile. I get along okay with Fleming. How about your other sister? Chandler snorted. She's a psychotic megalomaniac who wants to kill everyone on the planet. Sounds like a lot of fun at Thanksgiving dinner. I've never celebrated Thanksgiving. Or any holiday. Do you ever celebrate anything? I asked. Chandler seemed to consider it. I celebrate after a mission, since I didn't die. Here's to not dying. I raised my glass and drained it. Chandler poured more wine. So do I ask you a question now? That's how it usually works. Do you have any worries, Jack? I hesitated, then went all in. I'm forgetting stuff. You're thinking it's Alzheimer's? I hope not. Dementia isn't so bad, Chandler said. You buy one magazine, you can keep reading it for the rest of your life. She changed her accent to French for some reason. Hey, is that le nouveau? Let me peruse the trendy fashion notices. Excellent issue. What was it that I was saying? I know I was talking about something. Hey, is that le nouveau? I snickered. Look at you, you're cracking jokes. I can fake being normal when I try. How are Finn and Sam? Finn and Sam are going on a daddy-daughter camping trip. Right, in Boulder. I squinted at her. I don't remember telling you that. He emailed you his itinerary, Chandler explained. Part of friendship is respecting privacy, Chandler. Noted. I'll try harder. I guess that was a start. Sam's almost 10, I said, going on 40. All parents think their children are brilliant, but she's got an eidetic memory, and she's more mature than I am most of the time. Precocious. Way beyond that. We're discussing getting her into some sort of accelerated program at school. I don't recommend that, Chandler said. Kids need to be kids and be around kids their own age. Or else. She shrugged and left the rest unsaid, but I assumed it had to do with gruesomely murdering people. Anyway, I continued, Finn feels compelled to teach her how to start fires without matches, spearfish in a stream, and wipe your ass with something other than poison oak. Chandler laughed. Her edge was definitely fading. And you passed on that? I don't find shitting in the woods to be vacation-worthy, I giggled. So instead, we're here in this shitbox, drinking cheap wine out of jars. We laughed. The laughing went on longer than necessary, which was funny and made us laugh even more. This cracker is the greatest thing I have ever eaten in my life, Chandler declared, correctly. You know, it's impossible to eat 6 crackers in less than a minute. No way. I tugged my cell out of my jeans and squinted at it to fact-check her. I don't have service. Northwoods. Chandler dealt out 2 sets of crackers like playing cards. Northern Wisconsin is one of the only places in the country without 3G. I checked. I remember 2G and I think 1G. Was it called 1G or was it just G because it was the first G? OG, Chandler said. More cackling ensued, followed by dual failed attempts to eat 6 crackers in a minute. Could be a saliva thing. Could be that we kept cracking up and spitting them on each other. Crackers make you crack up. Or weed does. Or both. Eventually, the sun set on the autumn vista. Our buzz began to subside. The apple, cheese, and 2 sleeves of Ritz had magically disappeared, and Chandler stood up with a look of fierce intensity. We need to do the scavenger hunt, she announced. That thing they advertised? Yeah, it's mentioned on the B&B listing. If you find all 20 scavenger hunt objects, you get a voucher for a free night. So if you win, they punish you. We drank more and laughed more. I tried to log onto the app, but no service. I can't find it, I said. Let's check the game room. I bet there are instructions. I reached for some crackers, saw they hadn't magically reappeared, and then stood up and followed Chandler to the hall. My good mood vanished as I felt eyes on me. Dozens of dead, staring eyes. The kitschy taxidermy lining the walls didn't feel so kitschy anymore. I chalked it up to paranoia, normal side effect of THC. Nothing to worry about, I wasn't being watched. I thought I heard one of the stuffed deer heads reply, "Are you sure about that?" One of the reasons I preferred liquor to pot. Chandler had parked herself in front of the pegboard, where she was removing a large keyring of laminated photos. Someone had scrawled "scavenger hunt" in hillbilly printing on a white sign attached to the board. I felt a chill and hugged my shoulders. This is so cool, Jack. You need to see this. There are pictures of stuff all over the property. We find the objects, take a pic with a selfie to prove we found it, and when we get back to the land of Wi-Fi, we turn in the results. Aren't we on 20 acres? 17. A lot of area to cover. I once found a piece of a crashed satellite in 208 square kilometers of Gobi Desert. I once found a Band-Aid in some restaurant chicken salad. She didn't reply, her attention absorbed by the scavenger hunt pictures. Aren't you swimming in gold Krugerrands? I asked. Why do you care about a free voucher? It's not the money, it's the winning. I like winning. I stepped close enough to see Chandler was looking at a photo of a birdhouse. There's no way we can find one birdhouse when there are at least 20 bazillion trees, I stated. We can do it. We're friends. Friends can do anything. Don't friends say bullshit like that? I remained dubious. Besides, something that might not have been weed paranoia, but instead well-earned ex-cop paranoia, made me feel like this was going to be a very bad idea. Chandler smirked at me, followed by a playful shove. Come on, Jack, what could possibly go wrong? Famous last words. It's a scavenger hunt in the woods, no neighbors for miles in any direction. I'm not a huge fan of the woods. This is probably the safest place in the world right now. Maybe it was. If so, why didn't I feel safe? The Witch. That woman Jack drove up with, the one who picked her up at the airport in Madison, was not a civilian. Being a predator, the witch understood other predators, and predators had hierarchies. The weasel deferred to the vulture to the hyena to the lion. Jack's companion was an alpha predator. She drove like she'd been well trained by the intelligence community. She moved like a seasoned martial artist. She carried herself with the quiet confidence of a psychopath. Apex. Undoubtedly formidable. Probably military. Soldier Girl was not someone the witch wanted to mess around with. She had packed a scope and rifle when she flew in the day before, and if push came to shove, the witch would headshot Jack's friend from 200 meters, rather than risk an up-close encounter. The dirt driveway leading to the B&B, though twisting, had a clear line of sight where the witch could hunker down and keep eyes on her prey. An insulated ghillie suit, some hot coffee, granola bars, and a vantage point. What else does a girl need? As she watched the house, the witch's damaged mind flipped channels, seemingly at random. She thought about her dead family. My brother. My mother. My father. She thought about dying. In the future. In the past. She thought about Jack dying. In the very near future. Slowly. She thought about killing Jack's family. And making Jack watch. She thought about the paladin. And the wizard. And the golem. Mercenary. Doctor. Monster. She had wronged the paladin, a formidable opponent, but the golem was even more frightening. Sometimes psychopathy was restrained, hidden and concealed through self-control. Sometimes psychopaths were raving insane lunatics, disconnected from reality, monsters both inside and outside. The golem was like that. And, strangely enough, so was the weird guy the witch had seen, skulking around Jack's B&B, peeking in the windows. Jack and her friend hadn't noticed the guy yet, but the guy had most certainly noticed Jack and her friend. Big, lumbering, clearly unhinged, a wild man. The witch smiled at the coincidence. I'm not the only crazy person currently stalking Jack Daniels. The witch smiled, sipped some coffee from her thermos, and continued to watch. The artist.
The art comes first. Always. The first rule is, the artist must make the art. The artist knows this, breathes this, lives this. Art above all else. The second rule is, to make the art, the artist must hunt. Hunting requires skill. Hunting requires patience. Hunting is difficult, but hunting is fun. The artist is hunting now. Hunting at the old house. Hunting 2 women. The artist watches the women. They talk. They laugh. They eat. They will be the artist's new art. They will be the artist's best art. They will be beautiful. They will be immortal. Immortal, immortal, immortal. They must suffer first. Such is art. Art is suffering. The artist suffers for art. The art must suffer as well. Suffer and die. The artist watches. The artist plans. Soon, the artist will hunt.
Chandler. Chandler flipped through the collection of scavenger hunt cards, the lamination smooth under her fingers. The varied images had a rushed, amateur feeling to them that piqued her curiosity. Like they'd been done by a Luddite who didn't understand the technology, she mused, or someone with a chaotic mind. She glanced at a frog figurine half covered in moss. A shabby brown wreath from Christmas past looped over a tree branch. A faded vinyl pontoon seat swallowed by ivy. A rusting dirt bike, both tires crumbling to dust. A carousel horse, similar to the one propped on the rod in the game room, but weather-beaten to near-featureless smoothness. A close-up of a squirrel feeder streaked with black mold. An empty robin's nest draped in spider webs. The images made Chandler feel vaguely uneasy, but also energized. She'd been in life-or-death fight-or-flight mode for so long that she'd forgotten what it was like to do anything diverting. Do I ever do anything diverting? I don't have friends. I don't have hobbies. I don't do anything fun. That's not normal. Is it even possible for me to be normal? The internal question fueled her resolve. We need to do the scavenger hunt, Jack. The former cop didn't answer. She stared at the pictures over Chandler's shoulder, her expression blank. Are you with me, Loot? Jack's eyes snapped back to the present. I'm not a homicide lieutenant anymore. What did my therapist say? To engage in regular conversation, you have to ask questions. Regular, old, banal, everyday questions. Chandler was very good at interrogating a person to get information, or tricking a person to get an advantage. Idle chit-chat, not so much. She gave it a shot anyway. Do you miss working? Jack took a few seconds before replying. No, I want the past to stay the past. If you learn how to do that, teach me. What's your plan for the future? Chandler asked. I want to have a future. That's all I need. What about your future, Chandler? That's the topic I need to talk about. But Chandler wasn't ready to get into that, so she deferred. I want to try the scavenger hunt. Doesn't this all seem kind of creepy? It seems like it'll be interesting. I never did this stuff when I was a kid. Stuff like what? Jack asked. Games, diversions, enjoying life. All I did was train, or as my shrink calls it, indoctrination. I can do advanced calculus. I can seduce anyone. I can fly an MH-60 Jayhawk. I can hold my breath for 7 minutes and run a 5.5-minute mile. But having fun... Chandler shrugged. We're having fun now. Jack gestured with an upturned palm. It's comfy and cozy, and we're not out in the dark woods, running around. Or, hear me out, we could be out in the dark woods, running around. You're not convincing me. Chandler showed her the card featuring a picture of a rusty bird bath. Just look at this. Jack laughed. It looks like the perfect chance for us both to lacerate ourselves. Then we can drive an hour to the nearest ER to get our tetanus shot boosters. On our ride up, you said you wanted to explore the grounds. And we will, Chandler. I'm thinking tomorrow, in the morning, when it isn't dark. It's a lot more challenging at night. Don't you like a challenge? Not sure I ever liked a challenge. Chandler rolled her eyes. Right. When we first met, you actually thought you could challenge me. I thought I did pretty good. When we scrapped, I held my own for a few minutes. Chandler let that ludicrous comment pass. I should ask her what I need to ask. After all, it's the reason I invited myself to this excursion. So, Jack, you said you don't miss working, but how has retirement been for you? It would be better if I didn't keep running into lunatics. Am I a lunatic? Chandler asked, sincerely. No, at worst, you're amoral. At best, you're heroic. You're someone who does the work that we need, but everyone else is afraid to do, or is not capable of doing. It's what I do. It's what we both do. You've been heroic many times. When forced to be. Now we're getting to the point. Like when you were a police officer, how much of your identity depended on the job? You mean how much of me is cop? And if I'm no longer a cop, am I still me? Chandler nodded. Jack looked off to the side, apparently mulling it over. I'm happy I got away from all that, she eventually said. Chandler pressed while trying not to look like she was pressing. Don't you miss the excitement, the sense of purpose, helping people? I'm focusing on my family these days, raising a gifted child, supporting an ailing, elderly mother, keeping my husband happy. You think keeping a man happy has the same weight as getting murderers off the street? Jack's eyes narrowed. I think love and happiness and family are worthwhile pursuits. I did the boss bitch thing. I did the selfless hero thing. I made the world a little safer. It almost got me killed, several times. It messed me up emotionally, it wore me out, and made me begin to hate humanity and life in general. You saved people's lives. I did, but now I'm making a difference in the lives of people I love. And I like life. I like being alive. It's the best job I ever had. You got medals for being a cop. You got several black belts. You won marksman awards. How much of that do you use now? Is this what you wanted to ask me about? Are you thinking about retiring, Chandler? This wasn't the answer I expected. Or maybe it was. Maybe coming here with Jack was a mistake. Chandler? Do you want to live a normal life? Chandler pretended she didn't hear the question and flipped through a few more cards. Well? She resisted Jack's eyes, drilling into her. It's difficult for me to talk about. How so? Chandler hesitated. Instead of talking, want to try Morse code? Semaphore? Make you a deal. I'll tell you while we're scavenger hunting." Jack made a Mr. Yuck face. "It'll be fun, and maybe it'll help me loosen up a bit. How about we stay in and play Scrabble or Clue? I memorized Webster. You don't want to play Scrabble with me. I know all 579 words that use the letter Q and the 1,413 that use Z. You're right. Fuck that. So, Clue. We can't play Clue with 2 players. And a scavenger hunt is basically the same thing as looking for clues, except we get some exercise and can burn off all the writs. How about Jenga?" Jack took the box off the shelf and opened the lid. "It's missing half the pieces, so it'll be a quick game." "Come on, just look at this lawn gnome." Chandler flashed a picture. The gnome was discolored by age and climate, but still had a goofy red grin on his face. Jack remained unconvinced. "It's hideous. It's scary. It's kitschy. It looks like it sneaks into children's rooms while they sleep and bites off their toes." "Rock, paper, scissors? You win, we play special needs Jenga. I win, we hunt for Bitey the killer gnome." "Fine." Chandler grinned because she knew a trick that worked most of the time. Ask a person right before you do the countdown, and 9 times out of 10, they'll always throw scissors. "How's the sex life?" Chandler asked, and before Jack answered, she launched into the game. "Rock, paper, scissors, throw." Jack threw scissors. Chandler threw rock. "My sex life is good," Jack said, "and you suck." "I do, which is why my sex life is also good." Chandler knew Jack had an EDC, like she did. Everyday carry items always included a folding knife, a multi-tool, a pen, and a high-beam portable flashlight. They headed out into the night and followed the path from the patio into the woods, sweeping the trees with 1,000 lumens each. The path spread into a trail the width of a country road, rutted with what looked like the imprint of tire treads. The dark shapes of trees towered on either side, and here and there the bark of a birch caught their beams, shining like bleached and broken bones. Shadows danced and dodged. The night swallowed Chandler's peripheral vision, and chomped for more whenever she moved her flashlight. Coolness, stillness, and unnatural silence surrounded her. Except for the sound of the footfalls and breaths, and the tiny cones of illumination, Chandler felt enveloped in a void. Not the peaceful void she'd been hoping for. A disconcerting void, from which escape was impossible. What would my sister and her fixation with Carl Jung think about that? "Snakes," Jack said. Chandler paused, casting her beam around the ground, aware of the local timber rattlers and Massasauga. She'd seen venomous snakes in the wild before, and disturbing one wasn't wise. "I mean the birch trees." Jack pointed her flashlight upward. "They remind me of giant snakes shedding their skins." "Nice image. Not creepy at all." "So you agree it's creepy out here?" "Weed paranoia," Chandler overstated, trying to convince both Jack and herself that it was the truth. "But it really is creepy out here, and I keep getting that strange feeling I'm being watched." The tiny hairs on Chandler's arms stood up, and she felt her insides clench. "The only eyes on me are hoot owls and salamanders. I'm letting Jack's fear make me nervous. We're fine. Everything's fine. Well, not everything, but I'll get to that." They followed a trail made by what Chandler assumed were tractor tracks. 2 large rear wheels, 2 smaller front wheels. Some of the dead trees were cleared off the path, so the tractor likely had a bucket in front to lift and move debris. Smart business move to hire a groundskeeper if you own a B&B. Or maybe the owner did the clearing themselves. By the time they found the first item in the hunt, the close-up of what turned out to be the door handle of an ancient collapsing outhouse, both Chandler and Jack let out nervous titters as they took their selfie. "This is so stupid." Jack played her EDC beam up and down a gigantic white pine, searching for birdhouses. "Stumbling around in this forest. I keep expecting to see little hanging figures made out of sticks." "Blair Witch," Chandler nodded. "I saw it on TV, dubbed in Portuguese." "Where'd you see that?" "Portugal. stuck in a safe house. Ate so much bacal how I couldn't look at fish for a year. That movie made me motion sick. All the shaky camera shots. Did you bring more gummies? Would another gummy make you tell me what is going on with you? Chandler tensed again. She flipped to the next picture in the scavenger hunt. A chipped pig figurine painted in Green Bay Packer green and gold. Keep your eye out for this little dude. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine. Jack paused. Are you dying? What? No. Not that I know of. Is someone else dying? Jack asked. Heath? He's good. Just a pompous ass. Did he dump you? No, Jack. This isn't. You're going to dump him? Have you talked to your therapist about how you push people away? Do I do that? Maybe I should talk to her about that next sesh. No one is dumping anyone. Stop trying to guess what my problem is. Will you tell me if I stop guessing? Chandler sighed, her breath fogging in the cool fall air. Here goes nothing. You know, I've been a spy my whole life. Yeah. It's all I know. You know more than that. You know a zillion things. I know a zillion things, but it's all to do with that one thing. Every single thing I've been taught was to make me a better weapon. And you're thinking about quitting, Jack said, shining her light on Chandler's face. Chandler nodded. And you're worried that if you give that up, Jack continued, then you won't have a purpose. Spoken just like my therapist. I'm a scalpel, Jack. I'm able to do delicate, sensitive surgery, or I can cut out a heart or amputate a leg. It is what I was designed for. And? And what is the point of a scalpel if it isn't cutting anything? You're a human being, Chandler, not a tool. We're more than our skills. Would you create a tool that had no purpose? Jack didn't reply. So you agree lives need purpose, that we need a reason for living? Jack nodded. Yes, so if you don't want to be a scalpel, find another reason. My code name is Chandler, Chandler said. That's the only name I know. That's all I know how to be. An owl hooted, and even though Chandler was standing right next to Jack, she felt very alone. When I quit being a cop, I didn't quit being me. Well, actually, I did quit being me for a while, but I found equilibrium. I wound up where I needed to be. I'm not sure I'll ever be ready. To find something else to live for? To be boring and ordinary. But it's fine to be a dick. Jack started off down the dark trail, making Chandler hurry to catch up. I didn't mean for that to be insulting, Chandler said. Was that insulting? I must have missed it because I'm too boring and ordinary. Jack turned to keep going, but Chandler caught her shoulder. Really, Jack? I'm reaching out to an older woman for help, and rather than act like the mature mother figure I need, you're all butthurt that I belittled your lame life. Jack blinked. Chandler winced. That didn't come out right. You really need to work harder on this friendship thing, Chandler. Noted. I'm trying. Jack frowned. Let me see that pig picture again. The night was cool and quiet, and Chandler caught a hint of decay. Autumn, though pretty, was all about death. She handed Jack the scavenger hunt cards. What do you think? That's a sad-looking pig. Not about that. About me quitting. It's not what I think, Jack said. It's what I know. What do you know? You already know what I know. Which is, I know that you don't want to quit. You like being this badass super bitch secret agent. I'm not sure I do. Then quit. And do what? Get married, have kids, live in the suburbs? Absolutely not. Because you hate your life? Chandler asked. Because you'd be a shit spouse and a shit mother. Jack continued to walk on, but Chandler paused. Is that true? Maybe it is. How do I feel about that? What do I feel about anything? What do I actually want? Why did I invite myself to this getaway? Why do I listen to Jack's phone when she has the most mundane, average, normal conversations with her boring family? I've engaged in hand-to-hand combat inside of a blimp, and on top of a high-tension wire. I was blown out of the window of the 95th floor of the John Hancock building. So why do I listen in on her as she makes mulligatawny soup with her daughter and husband? What am I running away from? Or toward? What the hell is my problem? Jack stopped and turned around. Are you butthurt? No, of course not. So why are you crying? Chandler reached up and touched her cheek. Her fingers came away wet and shiny. Why am I crying? Why the hell am I crying? Jack frowned. You can't do that. You can't be a total asshole and then fall apart when I throw it back at you. She handed the scavenger hunt cards back to Chandler and started back in the direction of the cabin. For a moment, Chandler just stood there, watching Jack's retreating back. This conversation didn't go as planned. But I'm still not sure what the plan was, or is. And now I did the one thing I didn't want to do. I killed the fun we were having. Heaving in a deep breath, she swept the trees with her light once more before heading back. The wall of a structure, hidden behind a copse of trees, caught her eye. Jack, there's a scary building hidden in the woods, Chandler said. You game to check it out? I'm not game, Jack said over her shoulder. Might be bursting with scavenger hunt items. I want to go back in. Chandler blurted out, I'm sorry. Sorry? For what? We were having fun, and I ruined it, and now you want to get away from me. I don't blame you. We can go in. Chandler walked past, and Jack reached for her. Wait. The women's eyes met. Jack sighed audibly. Let's go explore the scary building hidden in the woods, Jack said. Chandler led the way, and 10 meters later she found a tractor trail leading up to the front of the building, which turned out to be a sizable rusting metal pole barn with a tin roof. The tire tracks ended at a large garage door, the clasp secured with a formidable padlock. It's locked, Jack said. It won't have any scavenger hunt stuff inside. Don't you want to see what's inside anyway? Chandler prodded. I do not. Once a cop, always a cop? Can't do a little B&E? I can enter without breaking anything. I don't want to enter anything. If it's locked, it's none of my business. Are you afraid? Jack gave her head a slight shake. Friends don't pressure each another, Chandler. You're acting like a bully at an all-girls slumber party. Chandler's expression remained blank. I never went to a slumber party. Jack did another big, dramatic sigh. Fine, pick the damn lock. Chandler, a wave rake and tension wrench already in her hand, popped her flashlight into her mouth and focused on the keyhole, then raked the pins on the cylinder and popped the shackle in under 4 seconds. I'm not armed, Jack said as Chandler reached for the garage door handle near the ground. I'm always armed. What if someone is inside? Is she serious or just trying to stall? There can't be anyone inside. It was locked from the outside. Right. I knew that. Are we going in or not? Chandler asked. Okay, just open it. Chandler lifted the door, and it rolled up on hinges, revealing concrete blocks. Stacked, staggered concrete blocks formed into a wall. Well, Jack said, that's just weird. Chandler played her flashlight over the structure, revealing it stretched floor to ceiling, side to side. She was puzzled. Any idea what this is? Maybe the owner has a problem with concrete block theft, Jack opined, so he keeps them locked away. They're mortared in place. Chandler placed her palm on a block and leaned on it. This isn't a supply pile. It's permanent. Maybe there's something dangerous inside. Owner bricked it up. What's so dangerous you need to wall it in with concrete blocks? Chandler placed her ear against the cold stone. and listened. Quiet as a tomb. Until I hear something really faint, like a mouse squeaking. Something high-pitched. "That's one hell of a big mousetrap," Jack said. "I think it's the wind getting between the blocks and the metal sides of the barn. It's whistling." Jack cupped her hands around her ear and leaned in. She immediately pulled back, as if startled. That's freaky, like the souls of the damned being tortured, or a ghost wailing for all it's lost. There was a lot about this that didn't make sense to Chandler. Plus, something nagging at her. Something obvious that she felt like she was overlooking. "Can we go back now?" Jack asked. Chandler nodded. She closed the garage door, cinched on the padlock, and began to follow Jack, who followed the tractor tracks, their flashlight beams moving faster and jerkier, as if they were searching for approaching threats. Then Jack stopped. Abruptly. "Chandler. It's Bitey the gnome!" Jack left the path, trudging through half-decomposed leaves and patches of rust-colored ferns. She slipped behind a large maple and vanished. "Jack?" No answer. "Jack?" Louder this time. An owl hooted, so startlingly close that Chandler drew her Beretta, training and instinct taking over. "I think I've had enough of these woods for the night." "Jack? You okay?" After an uncomfortably long silence, Jack finally answered. "I dropped my flashlight. It rolled under something. I'll be right there." Chandler navigated the forest floor, finding Jack in a crouch behind the tree. She squatted and began brushing dead leaves and pine needles off the ground until she found Jack's flashlight, face down in a gopher hole. After fishing it out, Jack directed her beam at the gnome, and then beyond the gnome, to something in the woods. Something human-sized, and human-shaped, and horrifying. The flashlight began to jitter in Jack's hand, making the awful image flicker and strobe. "Chandler, is that a dead body?" Captive number 80. Mia wasn't answering. Trey tried to yell for her again, but his dry throat felt ready to splinter. He'd never been so thirsty. He'd never been so afraid. Not just for himself, but for the woman he loved. He had no idea where he was, or how long he'd been there, or how he got there. There was darkness, and cold, and stone, and salt. Thirst, and hunger. Pain, from the cramps that racked his body, lying in a fetal position, surrounded by blocks of concrete. Pain, from his swollen tongue, and raw throat, and empty stomach. Pain, from knowing he was going to die. Pain, from knowing Mia was suffering the same horrible fate. He was too weak, too tired, too hurt to call for her again. But he called for her just the same. "Mia!" With the heart of a lion and the voice of a lamb. He waited, straining to hear. The silence hurt worse than any pain he'd ever endured. And then... "Trey!" The captive man sobbed in relief, but in his dehydrated state, no tears came. Harry, going west on Highway 8. They say the measure of a man is what finally makes him quit. I measure men in a different way, using a ruler and a hand mirror. My name is Harry McGlade. I'm a private eye. You may know me from my Reboot Quill hit TV series based on my life, Fatal Autonomy, or from my podcast, Life from the Toilet, which is currently banned on all social media except for the site formerly known as Twitter, or from my signature fragrance Eau de Bacon, with a brand new formula that no longer attracts as many biting insects. Anyway, I'm rich and famous, and every so often I take on a charity case because I'm also a generous philanthropist, plus it counts towards my court-mandated community service hours. We're all born naked and shouldn't be ashamed of it, so having a tyrannical law that prohibits riding the subway with your pants off is unacceptable in a free society. The judicial system is corrupt. We all need to rise up. But don't rise up on the subway because that added to my sentence. My point, Free Willy, let the whale wail. It was late at night, there weren't any kids, and pants are one more injustice forced upon us by the cis-white colonial tyrannical patriarchy. I'm kidding. Go woke, go broke. But I really hate to wear pants. I can actually hear my balls gasp for air. Where was I? Oh yeah, going west on State Highway 8. The missing person I was pro bonoing was a 24-year-old guy named Traydorn Blauder from Elk Meadow, Illinois. Lived in his parents' basement, likely doing skeevy online shit like streaming and gaming and streaming while gaming, which is known as twitching. He came up north with his girlfriend. According to Traydorn's parents, he'd rented a cottage on a lake in Podunk, Wisconsin, to pop the question to aforementioned girlfriend, Mia Qualt. If she agreed to marry him, his plan was to buy a house and start a life together so they could do the mommy-daddy dance without mommy and daddy hearing them from the upstairs. So off they went, and never came back. Traydon's mother had one of those stinky diseases where she required constant diaper changing, so mom and dad couldn't go look for him, and calls to local authorities had been met with abject apathy. I'd been in Chicago doing some rich and famous publicity stuff and was alerted to this case by my helpful court-appointed community corrections officer, Mrs. Drebuquist, who was the type of person that no one would try to save if she was in a restaurant choking on a lentil. So up north went I, in my pimped-out recreational vehicle/crime lab known as the Crimibago Dry, with my helpful and ever-so-cute pet companions, Waddlebutt the Chinstrap Penguin and Big Dick the Capybara. Are you feeling why they made a TV series about me? I'm fascinating. Or, as the kids these days say, the main character got bougie riz, finna-spit bars, popping off with the juice, based, no cap, gas, getting the bag, I hits different, slaps out of pocket, facts, vibe. The kids these days are illiterate. And lazy. They need to get off my lawn. Period. Yeah, I spelled that last word right. Ask some damn kids. After a 6-hour drive, stopping only to illegally dump my Blackwater in a Cracker Barrel parking lot, I arrived in whatever town I arrived in and had to figure out where to go next. The local cops, the local newspaper, the local bar to listen to the locals spread local gossip. I decided, before I made any moves, to call Traydorn's parents and ask them a probing question I'd forgotten during my first interrogation. Namely, why the hell did they name him Traydorn? Did they lose a bet? Were they mentally unfit? Did they expect him to one day grow up and save the barbarian Viking planet from fire-breathing dragons? The barbarian Viking planet is cool. Also, I have ADHD and get distracted a lot. I wonder if it's going to rain later. Kinda smells like rain. Rain mixed with something sinister. Was it my keen premonition detecting some sort of looming, foreboding danger? Or maybe some Blackwater splashed on my tires at the Cracker Barrel? For those not versed in RV slang, Blackwater is poo-poo. I'd recently had a Gigantico Double Mean Bean Burrito Magnifico. The tortilla was made from bean flour for the double punch of beanness, and it had torn through my digestive tract like a greased fat kid on a water slide. My Blackwater was stinky. I should send a bag of it to Miss Drebuquist. She'd get it in the mail and be all, I wonder what this unexpected package is. Perhaps a bag of delicious vanilla frosting. Surprise! It's human feces. I should totally do that. Really, that woman was the worst. Anyway, I called Traydorn's parents and they didn't pick up, which was a complete waste of my time and yours. So, I decided to use my private eye skills and triangulate the exact spot where Traydorn's cell phone signal stopped signaling. That involved logging into the cell network database using my password, bought via a generous bribe to one of my countless fans who worked at the carrier, and finding his last known location. After punching the coordinates into my GPS, I took a winding rural road to another road that was little more than a gravel path, and traversed deep into the woodsy woods, trees so thick they blotted out the starry night and orange moon. When X marked the spot, I parked in the middle of the road and talked to the troops. Waddlebutt, Big Dick, I'm going to go investigate. You guys wait in the vehicle. They didn't respond, because they were a bird and a giant rodent. I gave them each a pat on the head with my real hand. They tended to try and bite my prosthetic fake hand, and climbed out of the RV, stretched and scratched and pulled at the front of my uncomfortable pants to give the sweaty jumble twins some air. Ed then called Traydorn's number, listening to the woods for the dulcet sounds of Ja Rule. Traydorn had Ja Rule as a ringtone. Yes, your cell phone provider knows your ringtone. They also know how many times you visit www.hotsororitygirlslife.com. You filthy thing. What were you doing when you were an innocent soul in heaven and God was passing out shame? We both know what you were doing. Nasty. Do you bake pie with those hands? I'd still eat it. I like pie. Anyway, I walked a 20-meter grid but didn't hear down-ass bitch coming from anywhere. Back in the Crime-A-Bago Dry, I fired up my IMSI catcher, aka my dirt box. Dirt box. It just sounds so nasty. I'd bought the dirt box used at a police auction for the cool price of $80,000. It simulated a cell tower and could sniff out nearby phones and force a handshake connection. The hacked cell would then give up its information, including current location. Yes, cops can do this to you. No, they probably aren't getting a warrant first. The tech companies who spy on you and sell your private info aren't getting permission either. Welcome to the 21st century. So, my Dirtbox did its sniffing thing, while I wondered if I should change my poor name to Dirtbox, and then it pinged a location. And with the help of a big-ass flashlight, I found Traydorn's cell phone alongside the road, battery nearly dead, a crack on the screen. I quickly checked his SMS text messages and saw some back and forths with Mia from days earlier, prior to them heading to Wisconsin. Nothing jumped out as a clue. No sexting either. Boring. I then checked his email, which I hadn't been able to do at his parents' house because they didn't have his password and he'd brought his laptop with him up north. I quickly found the address of the rental property, which was less than a mile away. So, did he lose his phone while hiking and perhaps he and Mia were at their vacation rental at that very moment? Possible. But neither had checked in with their families. That could have been the lack of cell service in the area. But I had a sinking feeling it was something else. On a hunch, I checked his photos, bringing up his last selfie. My hunch paid off. I stared at a pic of Traydorn and Mia, nighttime in the woods. They were both smiling wide. He had his arm around her, and she held out her left hand, showing off her new engagement ring. Cute, but I didn't smile because that wasn't all the picture revealed. Standing right behind the happy couple was a tall, lone figure with an out-of-focus gray face, holding up a syringe while lunging for Traydorn's neck. Jack. Instinct made me reach for a sidearm that I wasn't wearing, and my hand instead slapped at the folding knife clipped inside my front jeans pocket. I didn't pull it. I didn't need to. We were staring at something, either a dead body or some sort of statue, and neither posed an immediate danger, even though it gave us both an unpleasant surprise. The object, jutting out of a ditch and half buried by weeds, dead leaves, and pine needles, had a large head and a rudimentary, anguished face. Bright, wide, bulbous, greenish-blue eyes that reflected our flashlight beams, and a gaping circle of a mouth that seemed to be crying out in pain while also shouting a warning for us to back off. The thing had an outstretched arm, thick and ragged, as if someone had dunked their hand in concrete and allowed it to dry. "It's a sculpture," Chandler said. I glanced at her, saw she also had her hand over her folding knife. We crept closer. Chandler kept her beam on the statue, me keeping mine on the slanted ground ahead so we didn't lose our footing. When we stood next to the object, we got more detail. This stone figure was festooned with bits of broken liquor bottles and rusty beer caps, which formed rudimentary clothing. "Reminds me of a gingerbread man," Chandler said. I winced, not a pleasant memory for me. The eyes seemed familiar. "You know someone with monster eyes like that?" Chandler asked. "Not familiar like that. They're made of something familiar. Looks like wine bottles." I shook my head. "They're rounded off. What kind of glass is rounded? Light bulbs? Maybe a traffic light? That's green. They have too much curve and some blue in them. What's green and blue and round and made of glass? And why does it make me feel like I'm having deja vu?" Chandler leaned over to brush off some of the leaves and detritus, uncovering 2 legs jutting out at odd angles. The figure was posed like a rag doll, dropped and discarded and very displeased that it was being ignored. Outsider art? I suggested. It wasn't good enough or detailed enough to suggest a professional artist, but some obvious time and care had gone into its construction. Crazy outsider art, she countered. I swear, this thing was pulled from one of my childhood nightmares. Does it look like it's screaming at you? Yeah. Maybe because we were viewing it in the woods, at night. Maybe in daylight it wouldn't exude the same creepy aura. It didn't improve the creepy factor that something howled in the distance. Chandler turned around and pulled out her cell phone, and I stepped beside her for the selfie. When the camera flashed, I noticed neither of us were smiling in the pic. We also made it to the gnome and snapped another, but after the pole barn of blocks and the concrete zombie statue, I'd honestly had enough of this scavenger hunt. After climbing back out of the ditch, Chandler paused to flip through the ring of laminated cues. I watched her frown. The statue's not on here. Really? It's not on the list. So this giant, scary, screaming nightmare isn't part of the scavenger hunt? Nope. They got birdhouses and old water coolers and carousel horses and wind chimes, but no creepy cement outsider art. Weird. Very weird. I had a bad feeling and wasn't sure if it was instinct or paranoia. I'd been to so many crime scenes that I numbed myself to the sight of death. That's what it felt like. I was girding myself as if we'd just seen a corpse. You hungry? I asked, eager to change the subject. Starving. We can do salads and sandwiches, or we can go into town and see what culinary delights Lake Flathead offers. When in Rome, remind me what the local cuisine is like. Wisconsin is the fattest state in the country. Up north, it means cheap beer and fried food served in local shit-kicker bars. I had a burger when I was in Lake Loyal, topped with bratwurst, a pickled egg, sauerkraut, deep-fried cheese curds, deep-fried butter, frozen custard, and a Wisconsin State Fair cream puff that was to die for. Did it come with a angioplasty? The bartender had a defibrillator. No shit, deep-fried butter might as well inject fat directly into your arteries. That doesn't taste as good, I said. I heard a noise to my right and immediately swung the beam around, catching the lower limbs of a poplar swaying as if they'd been jostled. Holding my breath, I heard the sounds of an animal moving through the woods. Deer? Elk? Something else? How big do bear get up here? I asked Miss Know-It-All. Chandler tensed. Did you see one? No, just the tree shaking. There are black bear. Males can get over 900 pounds. But there aren't many, right? Thriving population. Over 20,000 nocturnal feeders. Great. Good call doing this scavenger hunt at night. Bear isn't a big deal. You can scare off a bear. Make yourself look big, start making noise. The really scary shit out there are the wolves. Can't scare off a pack of hunting wolves. They surround you and take you down. I should have brought my gun. Chandler shook her head. Doesn't matter. Handgun rounds would just piss off a wolf pack. Just as her words were hitting home, another howl echoed out of the darkness. I couldn't judge this distance, but it wasn't far. Tell me that's a coyote, I said, cautiously optimistic. I wish. Shit. How about we go back to the house and find a local shit-kicker bar? Done. We walked slowly, deliberately, through the darkness and the autumn chill, checking our backs, our sides, above us and below us. We didn't see anything. But I still had that skin-prickly feeling that I only got when I felt someone's eyes on me. The Artist.
The artist watches them walk back to the house. Watches them. And smiles. Their words carry on the night air. The artist is not a bear. Or a wolf. The artist is something much, much worse. But the women are for later. Right now, the artist has work to do. Art to do. Art, art, art. Art does not create itself. It needs the artist to capture it, to pose it, to immortalize it. Death and beauty are both eternal. The artist knows both very well. The artist knows. The artist knows. Time to give life to the dead.
Captive number 80. Trey had fallen asleep, the nightmares not as bad as the real-time agony of his reality. And then a sound woke him up. A mechanical, loud, rumbling machine sound close by. He put his hand on the concrete above him, feeling it vibrate. A rescue! Trey tried to yell for help, his dry voice straining like a wrung-out towel. Unable to hear his own voice, he began to pound on the blocks, slapping at them with his palms. He slapped until he had no feeling in his hands. And then, abruptly, the machine stopped. Trey continued to slap, continued to yell. He also heard Mia yelling. Help seemed to be so close, but help did not come. Something else came instead. Chandler. Everyone in Wisconsin seemed nice, which made Chandler suspicious. One couldn't drive down the street without people giving a wave. One couldn't go to the grocery store without a chat about the weather with perfect strangers. And due to freely flowing social lubricant, taverns were the friendliest places of all. The Fall Down Inn in Lake Flathead must have missed the memo. The moment Jack and Chandler entered the bar, rock salt crunching under their footwear, the only 3 patrons and the bartender abandoned their heated conversation to stare. No one smiled. Chandler used a sidelong glance to size them up. People's demeanors could be quickly determined with a combination of body language, facial expression, and wardrobe. Chandler read the 40-something guy at the end of the bar as disagreeable and a possible threat, based on his suggestive leer, his unshaven face, his lewd open-leg slouch on the bar stool, his ripped and stained denim overalls, and, most obviously, his fuck around and find out baseball cap. The second patron, also male, had a wrinkled, hangdog expression of exasperation or maybe disappointment. In his 50s, he wore a tidy but faded flannel shirt, buttoned up to the collar, worn but polished boots. There was an empty shot glass on the bar in front of him next to his can of Miller High Life. When he met Chandler's stare, his eyes were far away, practically dead. First guy looks like a predator. Second guy looks like a ghost. And the third guy, big man, big arms and broad chest, crouched over his beer, hands on either side of the can, hunched shoulders, eyes darting and suspicious. He wore heavy work boots and had scabs on hairy knuckles. Classic prison posture of a guy in the prison mess hall guarding his food. He recently did time and hadn't readjusted into society yet. They all shared a vague resemblance. Related, or did all small-town locals look alike? They don't seem friendly. Jack, under her breath. Win them over with your grace and wit. They headed for the bar, the glares from the townies hot as spotlights. What's with all the salt on the floor? Jack asked as she perched herself on a stool. I'd guess getting ready for 6 months of snow, or they haven't swept since last season. Chandler grabbed a bar stool and bellied up. She focused on the bartender, a wizened old guy cultivating a garden of nose hair and a beard even bigger than his gut. Jack leaned toward him. Beautiful night, huh? We need a couple burgers, cheese curds, and beers. He didn't move. You have burgers? Jack asked. He nodded. You have cheese curds? Another nod. And beer? He reached into a cooler, pulled out a couple of Rhinelander shorties, popped the caps off, and set them on the bar in front of Jack and Chandler. Then he walked away without another word, heading through the door into the kitchen. The three men at the bar commenced their conversation, but kept it low so Chandler couldn't hear their words over the country music droning through the shitty ceiling speakers, and the ball game on the TV turned up to 11. I got instincts on the three barflies, but I'm not sure on the barkeep, Chandler said to Jack. Suspicious of strangers? Not sure yet. Maybe he's just cautious. Maybe lost in thought, maybe surprised. I think we interrupted something. Chandler checked the game. Tie. Nothing happening but color commentary about some retired player. Whatever they were arguing about, it wasn't sports. She considered reading their lips, decided she didn't actually care what their problem was, and focused her attention on Jack and the original goal of the trip. To make friends. To get advice. To become a real human being. She picked up her shorty. A sua saúde. Portuguese? Jack asked. Chandler nodded. To your health. I'll drink to that. Jack raised her squat 7-ounce bottle and clinked. Chandler drank half of hers in 2 big sips. The former cop took a more conservative pull and checked her phone. We have a signal. I'm gonna text the fam, tell them there's no service at the B&B. Chandler nodded. She did not check her own phone. She had no one to text. Chandler considered her life. Is this what it's all about? No risking my life, no gallivanting around the world, no killing. Just sitting in a bar, having dinner and drinks with a friend? That didn't seem like it would be enough. What about a new job? Farming had an allure to it. Working the land, making things grow. Hard, tiring work that would help me forget all the horrors I've seen. And all the horrors I've done. Then, during downtime, sitting in a bar and having drinks and dinner with a friend. That seemed better. Likelier. But still not totally fulfilling for the espionage agent. So, what then? A family? Is Jack's way really the way to strive for? Chandler could picture herself married. She'd done ops where she acted like she was in a long-term relationship, and while it always seemed superficial, it was a role she played, but not a commitment she cherished. Maybe I could marry, but kids? No way. No way in hell. Jack came back to the bar, grinning at her phone. She set it on the bar, and Chandler snuck a look at Jack's new screensaver, a Finn and Sam posing in front of a tent, both giving a thumbs up. Sweet. Wholesome. Loving. Normal. Maybe having a child wasn't totally out of the question. The bartender came back through the kitchen door, and this time, his expression was more open, less guarded. While he didn't smile, he wasn't unfriendly when he approached and asked, "What brings you ladies to Flathead?" He had a voice like a chainsaw, low on oil. "We're renting a house on Evergreen Lane," Jack offered. Again, the conversation halted, and again, the trio at the other end of the bar turned to gape. The bartender may have flinched a little and waited a beat before replying. "Well, welcome to the Fall Down Inn. I'm Toddy." "This your place, Toddy?" Chandler asked, taking a closer look at her surroundings. Standard, small-town shit-kicker bar. Walls decorated with posters and plaques. Jaeger and Miller and Old Style. Packers, Brewers, Badgers, and Bucks. Old logging and telephone equipment stuck to the ceiling beams with railroad spikes. Lighting courtesy of liquor distributor neon signs and old incandescent bulbs hanging bare from antique cloth-covered electric cords. And the omnipresent Northwoods bar stools made from lacquered pine logs. Behind the bar was the standard collection of bottles on shelves, with one odd exception. Plungers. There's a rack of plungers. Are clogged toilets a huge problem in this establishment, or is this some northern Wisconsin aesthetic I haven't heard of? Family owned for 86 years, back when this was a logging town. Great-grandpa cut the Norway pine used to make the bar. Of course, wasn't a bar back then, was a sawmill. Flathead was the biggest producer of utility poles in the Midwest. Employed damn near the whole town. On the ride up, Chandler noticed that unincorporated Lake Flathead had a population of 186 according to the highway sign. Either it was a small mill, or the boom town was no longer booming. Run out of trees? Jack asked. We did not, ma'am. Founders knew what sustainable meant before it became a thing. Planted 10 for every one they timbered. So why the switch from a mill to a bar? Chandler asked. Toddy began to answer, but one of the three men slammed a can down at the bar, cutting him off with a bang. Chandler didn't see who it was. They all appeared peevish. How about you offer the girls a traditional fall-down-in complimentary shot? Said the guy in the middle. It was phrased as a statement rather than a question, and his voice matched his button-up demeanor. Toddy appeared confused for a moment, then smiled for the first time, gap-toothed. Toilet shots on me. Chandler didn't like the sound of a toilet shot, and she liked it even less when Toddy went to the plunger rack and pulled off 2 of them. Standard wood-handled plungers with the reddish-orange rubber suction cups. Holding them both in one hand, he removed a plastic jug from under the bar and filled each of the cups with a bright blue liquid. I'm not a fan of the local beer. I definitely am not a fan of whatever that is. Chandler looked to Jack, eyebrow raised in a silent question. No thanks, Jack said, holding up her palm. I'm not big on mixed drinks. It's just a blue margarita, Toddy said. Chandler, who had been drugged more times than she could remember, probably because of all those times I've been drugged, also demurred, thanks, but no. Toddy shrugged, then offered the plungers to the trio at the end of the bar. Both the aggressive guy and the ex-con guy waved him over, and the man drank from the plungers. Where'd you come up with the plunger idea? Jack asked. Toddy began to wash the plungers in the bar sink. Granddad did, along with a bar. He owned almost half the town before it went tits up. Used to be a busy place, locals and out-of-towners. Besides utility poles, Flathead was the number 3 wooden dowel distributor in the US of A. He always had plungers lying around. And one day, he put them to use. Became kind of a tourist gimmick for a while. But the locals still love it. Jack leaned forward, putting her elbows on the bar. So if you didn't run out of trees, what happened to Lake Flathead's timber industry? Toddy's face flashed pain. It's complicated. It's not complicated. The low-key middle guy who mentioned the toilet shot spoke up. Back in 1997, folks began to disappear. By 1980, almost 70 people went missing. Gone. Vanished. Never found. Town of 1,300, that's 5%. Residents got spooked, families left, and then everything went to shit. Weren't enough people to work in the mill, so it closed. When it did, more people left. When they left, more businesses closed. Chandler had seen similar things happen in other small towns where the main source of income vanished, but she'd never heard of it occurring due to missing persons. Did the disappearances stop? Jack asked. None of the men answered. Jack pressed. They're still happening? The mean-looking guy on the end got off his bar stool and hitched up his pants. He had some bulges in his pockets, things big enough to be a weapon. Your girl's got lots of questions. In these parts, we don't like nosy outsiders coming here, getting in our business, getting mouthy. He smiled, and it was ugly. There's only one good thing a bitch can do with her mouth, and it ain't talking. Chandler tensed as Jack stood up. Keep calm, Jack. Remember how to de-escalate. We don't need to ruin our girl time by murdering 3 people. Chandler glanced at Toddy. Or 4 people. Jack, however, couldn't read Chandler's mind. Or she could and simply didn't care. I bet your mom wishes she did that with her mouth instead of fucking your dad, Jack said. I bet you're a real disappointment to her. The guy's eyes got wide and he looked ready to charge. Toddy held up both hands like a referee. Now, Zink, settle down. "She's right, Zeke," said a new visitor who just walked in. "That woman will kick your ass so hard you'll be farting out of your mouth for a month." Out of all the people on the planet, how the hell did this guy suddenly show up? "Seriously?" Jack said to the new arrival. "What the hell are you doing here?" "Good to see you too, Jackie," said Harry McGlade, smiling big. "And Chandler as well. You guys stalking me? Can't blame you. You're only human, and I am quite the sensual hunk of man meat. How about I buy the next round for everyone here, and we all talk about a couple who disappeared in this town a few days ago." The Artist.
The wall is solid. The jackhammer is noisy. The work is hard. Art is hard. Double hard. Hard to make. Hard as old leather. The artist touches the art. It's been over 6 months. There is still an odor, musty but not unpleasant. The pose is perfect. The concrete blocks always work. Beautiful, but unfinished. The artist pulls the art from the bunker. The art doesn't bend or break. It is hard and dry. Sharp elbows, sharp knees, face like a papier-mâché skull, gaping mouth, lips pulled back, teeth bared in a silent scream. The eyes are sunken, shrunken, hollow sockets in a dry face. The artist will make new eyes, beautiful eyes, beautiful aquamarine eyes. The art is easy to lift. Death and salt have removed the icky fluids. The artist works in private. The women have left the house. No one is watching the artist. The artist is the one who watches. The art is dragged to the back of the barn, past more walls, past more art that isn't ready yet. The artist brings the art to the secret art room. The night will be long. The night will be good. The artist ignores the faint screams for help and visualizes the pose while mixing more concrete. The town of Lake Flathead is dead, but the art will give it life again. Eternal life in art.
Harry. Though my surprise entrance was dramatic, humorous, and chock full of mystery and intrigue, the locals at the Fall Down Inn didn't appear impressed, and neither did my close personal besties, Jack and Chandler. Jack I knew because we'd been partners in the Chicago Police Department a million years ago. Chandler I knew because she was a spy and I sold her weapons. They both admired me deeply, but hid their appreciation and affection behind a veil of feigned disinterest and petty insults. I was curious why they were in Lake Flathead, and wondering if it had anything to do with my case, or if it was just dumb luck. Every exciting tale is allowed one strange coincidence, but when it came to these two, there were so many strange coincidences, I'd lost count. I did a cursory Sigma male inspection of the 4 dudes in the room, and pegged them as townies. Bartender seemed like a decent guy, but I was sure he had a loaded shotgun and a baseball bat nearby. The 3 stooges propped against the bar each gave off criminal vibes in different ways. Guy on the end was a sex predator. Guy in the middle was a textbook loner psycho. Guy closest to the women was an ex-con, likely a violent felony. Nice clientele this bar had. As for ambiance, it was Northwood's classic, Log walls and ceiling, log stools and tables, log foot rail along the bar, lots of neon liquor signs and old crap hanging everywhere, including a shelf of dusty green glass telephone pole insulators which looked like large ribbed butt plugs, though I wouldn't recommend sticking anything glass up the corn chute. Lots of crunchy stuff on the floor, pebbles or maybe rock salt. A clue? Sure, everything was a clue when you were a mastermind detective like me. I'd happened upon this establishment after finding Traydorn's cell phone and perusing all of his personal and private information. I was all gangbusters to check out the B&B he'd rented with Mia, but Waddlebutt my penguin had the super aquatic bird shits and sprayed my RV fridge with a thick stream of fish head guano while I was hunting around for a sandwich. I was able to clean myself up, but the sandwich was a lost cause. The refrigerator was also a lost cause. I'd toss it on the side of the road and buy a new one before attempting to clean that thick, stinky gunk out of all the nooks and crannies. Maybe I'd dump it at the Cracker Barrel. But all work and no food made Harry a hangry boy, so before checking out Traydorn's B&B, I searched for local eating establishments and decided on the Fall Down Inn because it was the closest restaurant in 20 square miles. Now that you're caught up, we can resume our regularly scheduled programming. So, I offered to buy the ladies and criminals a round of drinks to break the palpable tension likely caused by Jack because she attracted trouble like dead skunks attract crows. But rather than putting in their drink orders, one of the felons at the end of the bar spat out, "Who the hell are you?" "Harry McGlade, Private Eye. You might know the character based on me from my hit TV series, Fatal Autonomy." "I've seen that show," said another one of the dudes. "What does that mean anyway? Fatal Autonomy?" "No one knows, but it sounds cool. I wanted to call it Sex Hammer Torture Murder, but the network suits didn't think the fast food joints would sell kids' meal toys under that title, because they're dickless. You guys know what I mean, especially you at the end. No one seemed to know what I mean, especially the one on the end. I turned to the bartender. "I need a burger and curds, my man. Who wants a beer and who wants to talk about Traydorn Blowder and Mia Qualt?" Blank stares all around, except for Jack, who masked a barely concealed veil of hostility. With that negative attitude, it was no wonder someone was always trying to kill her. Truth told, a lot of people try to kill me as well, but I chalk that up to envy rather than any of my delightful personality traits. I whipped out my cell, showed a pic of the missing couple. "Traydorn? Mia? She's the shorter one with the boobs. They rented a B&B on Evergreen Lane." More blank expressions from the men, but the women exchanged a knowing glance. "Jackie? Chandler? We're renting a place on Evergreen Lane," Jack said. "Interesting. Was that considered part of the previous coincidence, or was it a whole new coincidence? Or maybe it wasn't a coincidence at all. Maybe Jack and Chandler were hiding something. That would be an interesting twist. I needed to remember that to spring at the next writer's room meeting. To find out what the women knew, I'd have to use every trick in the private detective book, lulling them into a false sense of security while cleverly manipulating them into divulging their deepest secrets, using subterfuge and savvy wiles in my keen and natural intellect to coax the truth out of their unsuspecting mouths. "You chicks hiding something?" I asked. "Hiding what?" Chandler asked. "We just told you we're renting a place on Evergreen Lane." "Touché, Chandler, but this chess game of cat and mouse can only have one victor. And to the smartest goes the spoils." "So that's it?" I asked. "I'll take a beer," Jack said. "Same," Chandler said, "but something bigger than 7 ounces. This prompted the skeevy men to also order beers. I ordered one for myself, then sat in the middle of the bar, keeping one eye on the guys, one on the gals, one on the bartender, and one on the entrance in case trouble came in or exited. The key to always coming out on top was maintaining a state of hyper-awareness, so nothing can surprise you because you always expect the "Ah!" I screeched when Jack patted my shoulder. She leaned in and whispered, "What the hell, McGlade? What are you doing here?" "Ordering food," I whispered back. "My penguin shit in the fridge." "Is that one of your stupid expressions, like you need a dick clog plumbed out?" "I wish. You ever wonder what would happen if you filled a super soaker squirt gun with diarrhea? Meet the chin-strap penguin, nature's ass hose. Enough said. Hardly. I got a crisper full of caca, a butter dish full of butt discharge, an ice tray full of ass spray. Tell me when I can stop. I already did. Like Italiano Rocky Marciano, I went mano a mano with waterfowl guano. That doesn't make any sense. But it rhymes. Kind of. I'm awesome. Do you sit at home alone and think of these things? Jack asked. I'm alone a lot, I admitted. If I were a bear, I'd be a bipolar bear. The bartender disappeared into the back room. Jack pulled a frowny face. What are you doing in Lake Flathead? Court-appointed community service. Missing persons case. Why are we whispering? Is it so Chandler doesn't hear us? I can hear you, Chandler said. She seems irritable, I whispered to Jack. Is she on her period? Riding the dry weave burrito? Tensies from the Mensies? You're a jackass, Chandler said. Or maybe it's not her period. Maybe she's just mean. I looked at her. You're so immature, Chandler. Hey, how's your insane sister, Hammett? Does she ever think about me? Sexually? Does anyone? Chandler shot back. Touché. Our drinks arrived, and I decided to interrogate the women later on. So, after a big sip of cheap beer, I turned my attention to the obvious criminal element in the room, other than me. So, anyone commit any Class A felonies lately? I discreetly asked, particularly of the kidnapping or torture murder variety. Scary, uncomfortable silence ensued, interrupted by the slow hiss of my beer fart, which I was sure no one heard. They sure smelled it, though. Chandler waved her hand in front of her face. Fuck me, did a sewer line break? Lots of disappearances in this town, Toddy offered. Been happening as long as anyone can remember. So what's the deets, the hap-hap, the skinny, the tea? We don't serve tea, Toddy said. Don't be thick, man, this is a small town. There's always gossip, rumors, scary neighbors that no one likes because they're inbred cannibal rednecks. Crazy mutant siblings locked up in the basement. Why do you think people are going missing? Toddy's eyes narrowed. Then he glanced at the suspicious dudes. They met his glance. Then their eyes wandered around, appearing even more suspicious AF. What triggered you? I prodded. The cannibal rednecks? The freak in the cellar? It was definitely the freak in the cellar. One of these four guys was likely hiding some violent psychopath brother in the basement, who might also be their father/cousin/son/sister. This is just local folklore, Toddy began, and the middle guy interrupted him with a low warning. Toddy waved the guy off. Quiet, Vern. Our parents told us never to talk about this with out-of-towners because we'd scare away people who want to move here. But no one wants to move here. Town is dead. Best we get are these damn B&B renters. Fibbers coming in to stay for 3 days and don't give a rat's ass about Lake Flathead. Fibbers? Chandler asked. Fucking Illinois bastards, Jack told her. I shrugged. I always thought it meant fantastic in bed. Got 70 people missing from 77 to 80, and we all knew what it was. Serial killer. Had to be a serial killer. It's always a serial killer. Wolves, Toddy said. Not what I was expecting. Unless it's a serial killer who thinks he's a wolf, or a wolf who thinks it's a serial killer. Or a rabid cow. Anything can happen in these stories. Oblivious to my inner thoughts, Toddy rambled on. Lumber mill brought down the trees, took away all the shelter and hiding for the deer and the coon and rabbit. Wolves moved on to humans. Chandler shook her head. You said the bodies weren't found. Wolves would leave something behind. Remains. Clothes. Pack of starving wolves will eat every goddamn thing, Toddy countered. Bones, skulls, jeans, even shoes. There's proof, too. My father shot 2 of them. One was damn near 140 pounds. Some of the bitches hanging right there. He pointed to what I'd assumed was a bear skin stuck to the far wall. Closer inspection showed it was gray, and the head was more doggo than berry. Damn, I said. Did you cut open his belly and the little Kittner boy spilled out all over the dock? No one got the deep-cut Jaws reference. I tried again. This was no boating accident.
You and I both know it wasn't no ordinary wolves,
said the ex-con. Shark, I said. We need to close the beaches and get a bigger boat. The creepy ex-con stood up, shoving his stool against the bar with a smack. It was one of them Wendigos. We were logging on Indian land. They cursed this town and it ate everybody. A Wendigo? I queried. Isn't that when someone pulls the back of your undies up your butt crack? That's a wedgie, Jack said. I made a face. No, a wedgie is when someone pushes your head in the toilet and flushes. That's a swirly, Jack said. I made another face. No, a swirly is when someone tongue punches you in the corn chute. Now Jack made a face. That's a tossed salad.
Which reminds me, Toddy said, I gotta check on your food.
He waddled off.
A Wendigo is hybrid demonic possession, the ex-con continued. Ash-gray complexion, looking like the resurrected dead. Half wild animal, half human being. Got the mouth of a wolf, antler like a deer, claws like a bear.
What kind of junk does it have? I asked. Horse? Chipmunk? If it was hung like a chipmunk, I bet it would be angry. I lowered my voice for dramatic effect.
Small dick energy could drive a man to kill.
You know, Jack quipped. Point taken, I told Jack. Your dick is bigger than mine.
Wendigo kills for meat, the weirdo went on. It's a cannibal, hunts at night, eats your body and your soul.
Plus it can have sex with a Cheerio with that chipmunk junk, I added. So which of you is siblings with a Wendigo locked up in the basement? They all looked away as if my insane accusation actually hit home. I'd been messing around, being my regular jackass self, but could my missing persons case actually be some kidnap/murder committed by someone in this bar? Or the crazy relative of someone in this bar? I leaned toward Jack and lowered my voice. Let's huddle up for a minute and discuss. I need to do a reality check. What's up? Jack asked. I don't like any of this, Jackie. It doesn't make sense. Or it makes too much sense. Something's off. You really worried about Wendigos? I'm worried about the info dump we just endured. Info dump? Chandler repeated after leaning in. You know, the part in the story where the action awkwardly stops, so the audience can be given important information that will come into play later. What audience? Jack asked. We're the audience. Or life is the audience. Or reality is the audience. Who cares who the audience is? This is a bad story, Jackie. It's got all the elements I hate. Too many characters, check. And they're all cookie-cutter stereotypes. Like who? It's whom, I corrected. Like whom? Grammar Nazis are so sexy, Chandler said. Next, start criticizing people's posture, or the music they like. Your posture is good. Your generation's music sucks. Get back to the stereotypes, Jack said. I lifted my real hand and began ticking off fingers. The tough ex-cop who wants to retire but trouble keeps knocking. The deadly spy with a heart of gold who secretly wants to be understood. Fuck you, Chandler said, but is actually just a bitch. The super witty private investigator who has a TV show and a porn star penis. Then there are the victims. I'm sure they're struggling to survive right now, someplace nearby, waiting for us to save them. And whatever hell they're going through will be going through the same ordeal later. It's by the book, totally unoriginal. Like these hackneyed rednecks who act as if they came out in an out-of-print Jack Kilbourne novel. Why'd Kilbourne stop writing? Jack asked. He die? He got tired of trying to explain all the stupid cliches and coincidences, I answered. Like you two running into me. You ran into us, Jack countered. Equally ridiculous and improbable. I raised another finger. Then there's the dialogue that is too witty to be realistic, which I accept the blame for. No one should be as clever as I am. It's my burden. Along with my oversized dong, which looks like someone stuck an apple in the sleeve of a rolled-up pink t-shirt. I can't tell you how much I hate that visual, Chandler said. But it's more than just my quick wit and awesome jokes and my veiny love muscle. Look at your lives. Jackie, you were a cop and you married a smoking hot criminal 10 years younger than you. Your daughter is the smartest 9-year-old in the world. You and Finn have both survived certain death a dozen times. And if we add in me and codename Bitchface sitting next to you, we've survived death several dozen times. Hundreds, Chandler corrected. You self-obsessed jackass. Fine, call it hundreds, says the spy who hated me. See how ridiculous that is? None of this crazy stuff happens in real life. I have a robotic hand, and I own a penguin and a capybara. That can't be real. We're all stuck in a bad story. Are you high? Jack asked. I shrugged. Maybe, or maybe I'm dreaming. Or maybe this is all a simulation created by artificial intelligence. Or maybe I'm dead, and this is limbo, and I need to figure out the point to everything so my spirit can move on. Or maybe this is a drug hallucination. Or maybe we were all cursed by witches, and we're stuck in hell. Or maybe, like I said, we're all just characters in a poorly written book. Or maybe, Chandler said, you're an idiot. I nodded. Also, a possibility. Maybe I'm not the main character. Maybe I'm comic relief, but I doubt it because I feel like the main character. I'm the main character, Jack said. Sam said so yesterday. You are both wrong, Chandler said. If anyone is the protagonist of this shit show, it's me. It could be all of us, I said. We're a tritagonist. 3 lead characters, each of us equally important. Except I'm a little more important than you two. Chandler offered a thoughtful critique. Your huddle-up discussion sucks, McGlade. It's possible, I shrugged. We'll see if the thing I hate the most happens. Which is, Jack asked. A staple of ridiculous storytelling. Jumping around in time. What are you talking about? Jack made a face. Nobody is jumping around in time. Would you know it if it happened? We are always living in the present, right? We live in the now. But the now can be any time at all. Every moment of your past and every moment of your future is considered now when it's happening. This conversation is stupid, Jack said. Exactly, I declared. This conversation is so stupid, it could never happen in reality. It has to be fake. Not to pour fuel on this dumpster fire, but there is a quantum mechanical possibility called superdeterminism that negates the many worlds interpretation of waveform collapse, Chandler said. It explains local hidden variable theory by postulating an unwavering, set objective reality. Taking to one extreme, there is no such thing as cause and effect, so time doesn't exist. I nodded. What Chandler said. That's ridiculous, Jack insisted. Our lives are made up of stories, sure, but every life has some unbelievable moments. Some of it is boring, some of it is amazing, some of it is scary, and we're all the hero in our own life. But this is real, McGlade, and we absolutely 100% do not jump around in time. Captive number 82. Her screaming didn't last long, or maybe it did. Time seemed to no longer have any meaning. She'd been in terrible situations before. Panic, though inevitable, wasted energy and sometimes resources. I don't know how much oxygen I have in this makeshift tomb. I need to slow my breathing, relax my muscles, and assess the situation. Her memory had returned, and she had a pretty good idea of how she got sealed in this concrete bunker. And also a pretty good idea of who did it. I may not be a cop anymore, but the instincts don't fade. This is related to Harry's case, and to all the stuff we learned at the B&B. And McGlade's tritagonist bullshit aside, I have lost track of time. Panic flared, just a bit, when she wondered if her friends were okay. They have to be. I can't believe anything else. According to the serial killer's MO, I won't be able to escape on my own. My only hope is rescue. They'll need to rescue me. Which means they need to be looking for me and not sealed in cement coffins of their own. She closed her eyes, recalling the fall down in from earlier. We missed the clues, but now they're obvious. Are my friends smart enough to figure it out? Can they stop the killer and find me before they're killed? And what about the couple that Harry was trying to find? Are they still alive? So many questions, so many reasons to freak out. But I need to remain calm. That's the first thing on my survival list. First, stay calm. Second, conserve energy. Third, make an effort to escape or to alert my friends. Fourth, what was the old saying about no atheists in foxholes? She'd never been religious, but prayer didn't seem like a bad idea. Jack. While Harry was holding court in his jester style and the Greek chorus of four suspicious townies amped up their creepy factor, I noticed Chandler's shoulders begin to shake. At first, I thought she might be sobbing, but then she let out a huge guffaw. "You're solipsist," she said to Harry. "What is that?" he asked. "Does it mean well hung?" "It means you think the world revolves around you and nothing outside of you is real." "Not true. I think everything is potentially real, including the Wendigo." "Wendigo is real," Toddy interjected. The three men at the end of the bar raised their glasses and added their voices of approval. Chandler leaned over the bar to stare at them. "I've been trying to figure out what game you guys are playing. Trying to scare us? Just goofing around? Are you so thick you really believe it? But now I think I know the answer." "And what's that?" asked Vern. Chandler appeared uncharacteristically agitated, so I gave her a side look, which she ignored. "Listening to you and to Harry proves a hypothesis I've always had. Nobody knows anything. We're all clueless. We're all floundering. Nobody knows who they are or what's going to happen. And all we can do is stumble along blindly and hope for the best. We're idiots, trying to fool ourselves into thinking we're not idiots, which makes us even bigger idiots." I couldn't disagree with anything she said, so I stayed silent. So did McGlade, which was unusual for him. Our food came out, looking pretty good for a pub grub and smelling even better. And I was about to tell Toddy to pack it up in doggy bags because I'd had enough of the local color and Chandler's pessimism and McGlade's unhinged rants when the rapey guy at the end of the bar approached, leering. "So you think I'm an idiot, darlin'?" he asked Chandler, getting in our personal circle of space. "We're all idiots," Chandler answered, clearly and evenly. "Back up." He seemed surprised by Chandler's tone, but he didn't move away. "Kitty's got claws. I like a girl who fights back." Harry guffawed. "Fights back? I've seen that look. You need to step away or she's going to kick you in the neck so hard your spine comes out the back. Can I have some of your curds, Jack?" "No," I said. Chandler had a firearm, but she wouldn't need it if things escalated. I wasn't carrying, but I knew Harry always wore a gun. Toddy, for sure, had a gun behind the bar. I kept half my attention on him, the other half on the unfolding situation. Sex predator dude seemed really amused, which made him even uglier. "Kick my neck? This sweet thing?" He reached to touch Chandler's face, and by the time I planted my feet, Chandler already had the guy's wrist in her hand, twisting hard and sending him to the floor with an arm lock. It was so fast, you couldn't even call it a blur. He yelped. I didn't blame him, looked like it hurt like hell. Chandler placed her foot on his neck and told him, "Back up doesn't mean you touch me. We clear?" "Jesus Christ, you crazy bitch!" Chandler gave his arm a tweak, and he yelled even louder. "Clear! We're clear!" She removed her foot and stepped away. When he picked himself up, his face was red and he seemed ready to cry. "You bitches are cops, aren't you?" The bitches didn't answer him, but we could see he drew his own conclusions.
Put it on my tab, Toddy.
He spat. The rapey guy got out of there, and the other 2 men at the bar followed him out, neither saying anything. Way to clear a room, Chandler, Harry said. Now we're all going to be cursed by cannibal wedgies.
Apologies from Mick,
Toddy said, setting down our burgers.
He's got that affliction where he's an asshole to everybody.
Harry sniffed. Poor guy. Must be tough on him. So, do I got fried cheese coming, or is someone back there milking a cow and waiting for the moo juice to curdle? Toddy went back into the kitchen, and I wasted a full 5 seconds of my life wondering what karmic sins I'd violated to forever be crossing paths with Harry McGlade. I must have been some sort of brutal monster in a past life. Genghis Khan, maybe? That would explain a lot about my life. Like why I hate the aristocracy of the Khwarazm Empire so much. I have amusing thoughts sometimes. We taking this to go? I asked Chandler. Do you think Toddy called the cops? Could be, Harry said, grabbing a handful of our curds. Or it could be that Vern, Zeke, and Mick are going out to their gun racks and coming back with shotguns. That would be their mistake, Chandler said. Harry reached for more curds. We all know you can kill everyone in the town, Chandler, but eventually we all run out of luck. You want to risk whatever luck you have left on these townies? I calculated the risks before I made a move, Chandler said. Of course you did, but why did you have to make a move at all? Why do any of us make any move? I asked, not sure who I was asking. McGlade nodded. I agree, Jackie, just like we're characters in some bad thriller series. We are characters in a bad thriller series, I reminded him. Fatal Autonomy. That show is only 40 points away from being certified fresh on Rotten Tomatoes. Because that show is awful, I countered. Life is awful, Harry countered. So is that puke green sweater and those boots. What are those, Uggs? Didn't you used to be a clothes horse? Little Miss Designer Ensemble? That outfit looks like LL Bean barfed on you. I swap fashion sense for comfort, I answered, trying not to sound offensive. Honest question. Can your husband still get an erection? Because I'm turtling looking at you.
Jackass.
Any chance you're a descendant of the Khwarazm Empire? I asked Harry. Hell if I know. Why? No reason. Toddy returned with Harry's cheese curds. I took back the ones he borrowed and asked for some boxes. Harry dug into his curds. So I gotta check out Evergreen Lane later to search the B&B where my missing peep stayed. Wanna give me your address so I can pop over for a nightcap? No, Chandler and I said at the same time. He shrugged. Small town. I'm sure we'll run into each other again. And Jack, we're doing that escape room thing in a few weeks, right? We did a video call about it. I scrunched up my nose. Yeah, that thing. I can't wait. Me neither. Also, your rental. Is it N9823? Uh-oh. That's the place your missing person rented? I asked Harry. His look told me all I needed to know. Great, we'd get to see more of Harry later. I swear, I must have been a real bitch in a previous life. Toddy gave us to-go paraphernalia, and we boxed and bagged, and were discussing splitting the check when Harry waved us off, saying it was on him, which led to our begrudgingly thanking him while he stuffed his face and looked smarmy. And I took a careful look around the parking lot as we walked back to her rental vehicle. Parking lot was empty, except for us and Harry's ginormous recreation vehicle, which took up 5 spots. It's good, she said without me saying anything. They're gone. Let's move on. But can we move on? She stopped and raised an eyebrow. What are you saying? Do you think I was looking for a fight in there? Were you? I asked. Because it always seems to happen? It's not just you, it's me too. Most people go through their entire life and don't even get punched in the face. When I think about all the fights, the shootouts, the car chases, skydiving into a minefield and falling into a nest of rattlers while people shoot lasers at you. Lasers? That's really a thing? That guy needed to be put in his place, Jack. You were thinking the same. I'm pretty sure you've done the same. Maybe. Once or twice. Maybe we can't leave this behind, Chandler said. Maybe quitting isn't for people like us. I don't think we can be grouped together, Chandler. I was a cop. You're a government assassin. I was going to say a soldier, but you can pick your own pronouns. We got into the SUV. Chandler paused before starting the engine. I don't think I want to be this person anymore, Jack. Then stop being this person. What was the play there? Walk away? We all need to walk away sometimes, Chandler. We pick our battles. Our battles don't pick us. We are in the battle by just being born. I don't think so. We can't control everything that happens, but we can control how we react to everything that happens. Or we can act first rather than wait to react. I considered it, then said, Quick parable. An older man whose eyes are getting bad goes to an optometrist. The doctor tells him that he's going blind and there isn't any treatment, isn't any way to stop it. So every day the man wakes up, dreading the future, and tells his wife, I'm going blind, I don't know what to do. She doesn't say anything. Days pass. Weeks. Months. And every day, sometimes several times a day, he says to his wife, I'm going blind, I don't know what to do. And she never responds. Did she go deaf? Chandler asked. Is that the joke? She didn't go deaf. It's not a joke, it's a parable. So, after 6 months of him telling his wife, I'm going blind, I don't know what to do, she finally answers him. And what does she say? She says, So go blind already! Chandler was silent for a moment. Somewhere in the dark of night, something howled. What's the moral there? Chandler eventually asked. Don't get married to a heartless bitch? You can quit, or not quit, but get to one or the other and stop torturing yourself. Chandler didn't reply, and we drove back to the cabin in silence. The Artist.
The strip of cotton cloth goes into the bucket of wet concrete. The art is wrapped like a mummy. The death pose is perfect. The artist must take special care to enhance rather than cover up. The artist knows art. The artist lives art. Strip by strip, layer by layer, slowly, deliberately, a dry, flaky corpse becomes an eternal stone masterpiece. As the art dries, the decoration begins. The clothing, formed from broken glass and bottle caps, pressed into moist concrete. Then, at last, the face. Though the corpse is layered in concrete, the artist can remember its expression. A frozen gasp of pain and fear, tinged with the overwhelming peace that comes from knowing death is inevitable. In death, as in life, pain and peace, struggle and rest, fear and acceptance. Bittersweet. The final touch is the eyes. Blue-green diamonds that call into the beyond. The artist steps back and marvels. The artist weeps. The artist howls into the night. The night howls back.
Harry. You got a nice place here, Toddy, I said, sucking down my third beer. And the burger ain't half bad.
I appreciate the kind words. How about a shot on the house?
He reached for one of those plungers hanging from a rack behind the bar. Am I supposed to take that into the shitter and serve myself? He chuckled, soft and low.
Nah, this is a toilet shot. Granddad invented it.
You drink it out of the plunger?
Yeah, it's a blue margarita. I'd be happy to join you for one.
I didn't even have to think about it. Set him up, Toddy. He pulled 2 plungers and filled them with some blue concoction in a plastic milk jug. Believe it or not, I'd never held a plunger to my mouth before, but the hooch smelled pretty good. Lemon and orange with a hint of tequila. And we touched rubber and I said, Prost! But as I tilted the plunger to my lips, Toddy stopped me.
Hold up,
he said.
Almost forgot the garnish.
He handed me his plunger to hold, then fished around under the bar and held up a glass jar of something brown and clumpy.
Tequila-soaked coffee beans,
he said, shaking the jar. He opened it up and stuck a spoon inside, pulling out 3 beans in a brown puddle. Then he dumped them in my plunger.
For health, wealth, and happiness.
I snickered. They look like turds.
That's the point. Cheers!
We toasted and drank. It wasn't bad. For free, it was great. And the beans added a little something extra, even though it was a weird taste for a margarita. Toddy rinsed the plungers in the sink and hung them back up. Your granddad had a sense of humor, I said.
He still does.
So he's still with us?
He is. Physically, at least. Mentally, he's long gone.
I winced. Dementia. That's too bad. Toddy hitched up his pants.
No, not dementia. Psychosis. Started years and years ago when I was just a kid. His mind just snapped. He killed Grandma, then wrapped her up in concrete bandages. Made her into a statue.
That's unfortunate.
Funny you mentioned locking up a relative in the basement. We tried that for years. Up north, we take care of our own, but he kept getting out. Kept doing that to more and more people.
For some reason, that seemed to be extra profound. So it wasn't a Wendigo, I said. It was your grandpa. Toddy nodded.
Never got caught. My dad, he covered for him. But when the town finally died, Grandpa made my little sister into one of them works of art. Last straw for us. We had him committed to a mental institution. He was there for over 30 years.
But now he's out, I said, my words coming out a bit slurry. You drug my food, Toddy?
Doesn't work in food.
Shit, the soaked coffee beans. I swallowed them, but Toddy didn't have any in his drink. How many times do I have to get drugged before I learned my damn lesson? Seriously, just like a bad thriller series. I was a flippin' idiot. I pulled the gun from my shoulder holster, but Toddy slapped it down onto the bar top and yanked it away from me.
I like you, Mr. McGlade. I like that TV show of yours. So does Granddad.
I can sign some autographs for you guys, I said, then fell onto my ass. It didn't hurt as much as it should have, which I knew was a bad sign for my intentions to try and remain conscious.
We're past that. You got too nosy. See, N9823, Evergreen Lane? That rental property where your lady friends are staying? Our family owns that. Granddad lives there, on the property, out in the pole barn.
I smiled in a placating way, making him feel at ease before I did my super ninja detective kick dick and save the day move. And I immediately grabbed the log bar stool to lift it up and smash it over Toddy's face. Except it was really heavy and my brain was swirly, so I just dropped it onto my own chest and started to whimper. It was mainly whimpering, if you're curious. "What's the plan?" I asked. "Torture me and kill me? Been there, done that."
"I'm gonna seal you up in a little concrete chamber so you die in a certain position and dry out like a mummy. And then Granddad is gonna turn you into one of his art pieces."
At least that was something new. "Won't happen," I said. "I got people. They always save me. It's practically a running gag."
"I got people too."
Toddy glanced at the door and Zeke, Vern, and Mick walked back in.
"You could say it's a family business."
"Well, shit on my head and call me a toilet. Bad to worse in only a few seconds." "Doesn't matter. Jack will come to the rescue. Or Finn. Or Chandler. Someone always comes to the rescue." At least that's what I tried to say, but all that came out was Jackabooma blue bubba ba. I tried to remember all the times crazy shit had happened to me that was similar, but my memory wasn't very good. I knew this had happened before, though. Several times. It was like the universe was all out of ideas, so it kept repeating itself. But life was all about repetition, wasn't it? Wake up, shower, eat, work, eat again, hit the potty a few times, do stuff to entertain yourself, sleep, then start all over. We were all in a loop. The same things happened again and again. Every thought had already been thought of. There were no new ideas. Did being aware that we're characters in some bad drama make the drama less real for us? No. It was real. As real as anything could be. "If you guys go all pig-squealing deliverance on me, use a condom," I said. "I got hep C." But I didn't say that, I just mumbled gibberish again. I suppose that's what life was all about, thinking we're making sense when we're actually not. I tried to tell them not to hurt my penguin or capybara, but I vaguely recalled that the Crimibago Dry had safeguards in place. So maybe I'm not as big of an idiot as I think I am. At least I figured out what happened to Trey Dorn and Mia. Captive number 80. Trey promised the universe anything if it would rescue him. Trey cursed the universe for ignoring him. Trey thought about his childhood, which was mostly good. Trey thought about Mia, who was mostly great. Trey realized with alarm that every decision he'd ever made, that every decision that anyone had ever made, that every atom in the universe had brought him to this point, dying in a concrete tomb. He made peace with that. What was life, after all? Have some interesting experiences, make some friends, learn stuff, love, be loved. He was young, but he'd done all of that. There had been hurt, heartache, pain, sickness, but it had been worth it. He would do it all again, exactly the same way, if he could. And maybe he would. Who knew what came after death? Maybe it was everything all over again. Maybe it was everything, but better. Maybe it was something different. Maybe it was nothing at all. Or maybe... Trey's voice was dry and raspy, but it still worked. Maybe I'm not ready to die yet. Trey Dorn Blauder made peace with life. But he wasn't ready to make peace with death. So he continued to push against the stone walls, holding out hope that he and Mia would be able to escape and grow old together. The Witch. Harry McGlade. Fascinating. It's like some kind of dysfunctional family reunion. Using the rifle scope, the witch watched the big man carry a limp McGlade out of the bar and place him in the tailgate of his pickup truck. The night was cool enough to see their plumes of breath. Harry's still alive. I'm surprised how bittersweet that feels. I'm frankly surprised I can feel anything. So many scars. Sometimes I wonder if I'm gone, and all that remains is scar tissue. I want to scar the world like it scarred me. The four men spend 5 comical minutes trying to get into Harry's souped-up recreational vehicle. The older guy with the beard tried the driver's side door and yelped, pulling his hand back like he'd been struck by a viper. The guy in bibs had the same result, trying the side panel door using a key. He screamed like a child with a skinned knee. Electric shocks. That's hysterical. Though recognizing it as funny, the witch didn't smile. Awareness of emotion isn't the same as experiencing emotion. When she was a little girl, the witch wondered why she was different than other humans. Since my rebirth, I wonder if I'm even human at all. I'm alive. No thanks, and all thanks to the pink brew made by the wizard. A witch brew. But the limited ability I had before, the ability to care about things on a spectrum, had been reduced to a binary. I do something or I don't do something. On or off. Do I want to do the things I do? I don't know. I don't care. The witch believed that killing Jack and Finn and Sam and Harry's son and anyone who sided with them or got in the way is what she wanted. But is it really what I want? Or is the wizard making me think this is what I want, as a way to control me? The witch watched as the quartet tried to break the RV's windows, and their crowbar bounced off again and again. It's funny, but I'm not laughing. When my time for vengeance arrives, will I enjoy it? Will I feel elation, or at least a melancholy sense of resolution? Or have I become a robot? An emotionless thing created to do a job? Does the drone feel powerful when it bombs the refugee encampment? Does it yearn for the blood and screams and the charred, twisted, dismembered limbs? Does the self-driving car ever fantasize about running over children using its dashboard cameras to record their final terrifying seconds, eyes wide with fright, as the bumper crushes skulls and the wheels crack ribs? Does it play back the recording with bursting pride and psychosexual satisfaction, relishing the joy of taking a life? The witch knew a lion enjoyed the kill. You could tell. She hoped a spider got satisfaction from trapping and wrapping and biting and sucking as its prey struggled in trapped agony. But I am lesser than a spider. My mind has been so abused and corrupted that my nature is gone. Whole parts of me are gone. Flesh and bone replaced with titanium plates and screws patching my skull. The electrochemical interplay of synapses, forming words and images, augmented by a madman's drugs. What makes a person human? Thoughts, memories, dreams, hopes. Where does the self exist? Am I my brain? Am I simply neurotransmitters doing their molecular duty based on an existing pattern? The witch laughed. So abruptly she startled herself. So inappropriately, she couldn't understand what was funny. The men stopped their siege on the Winnebago and looked to her direction, to the bushes alongside the road where she lay BPS, biped-supported prone, her rifle propped up on its 2 legs, her own legs extended behind her. If they spot me, I can drop all 4 in less than 10 seconds. Does that excite me? Is that something I desire? In the past, the witch might have done it just to do it. But now her motivation was fuzz, shapeless, directionless, without true form, without emotion. The 4 men resumed their futile assault on Harry's vehicle. What do I do? What do I feel? Can I feel? The witch took her hand off the rifle forestock and reached down between her legs, touching herself, trying to feel something. She sighted her scope on the oldest man. I can pull the trigger. I can envision his head bursting. A poof of pink brains and white skull and a scattering of gray hair. Brothers screaming. One of them runs to him, kneels next to a body gushing blood from the chunk of missing head, the spray soaking his pants. The others try to run, but they can't escape. I'll shoot them in the backs of their legs, aim for the knees, drop them to the ground. Her hand wormed its way inside of her pants, into her underwear. Screaming? There will be screaming. There will be begging. There will be no mercy. I'll put down the gun and walk to them. I have a knife. I have a small butane blowtorch. I have a multi-tool with pliers and a corkscrew. I am the server at a paying buffet. Where do I want to start? Plucking out eyes, cutting off ears, slicing open bellies so I can put my fingers in their hot, wet bodies, thrusting them in and out, and in and out, until... The witch moaned loudly, riding her frantic hand, hips bucking. Again, the 4 men looked in her direction. "Is anyone there?" The old guy yelled. "Yes, I'm here. Come over and let me show you who I am. Come over and watch me slice you open so you can touch your own insides. I'll cut all of you open. I'll tie your intestines into a giant, bloody knot, and then light your feet on fire so you crawl away from each other and disembowel yourselves. I'll ride your face as you scream and writhe and struggle, and I'll feel your last breath on my..." The witch climaxed, hard, biting her wrist so she didn't scream. Blood flowed into her mouth, and the taste made her come again. And then tears came as well, because I am still me. I know who I am. I can still feel. She made a series of sounds that weren't laughs or sobs or cries of triumph, but more like the grunts of a rabid, insane creature. Not a robot, but something wonderfully, cruelly alive. "Let's get out of here," she heard the old guy say. "Zeke, take him to the barn. Vern, Mick, get in the tow truck and haul this thing back to my place. I'll close up. Meet you there." "What was that sound, Toddy?" "Some wounded animal," he said. And he was right. Chandler. "Do you want some gummies?" Jack asked. Chandler sat in a rocking chair, not rocking. She found the perfect balance point and held it, legs crossed and tucked under her butt, adjusting her body slightly with each breath so she didn't move at all. The chair rockers had deep curves and were slightly uneven, making it a considerable challenge to stay perfectly still. She tuned into her surroundings. The B&B smelled vaguely of mildew, dead mouse, and dust. The night was so dark it made the windows appear black. The only sound was Chandler's slow breathing, the thump of her pulse, and... More beer? Jack asked. Tequila? And Jack, if this is what friends do, annoy you with questions when you want to be alone, then I didn't miss out on anything, never ever having any. Is it something I did? Jack asked. I don't want to talk. As if that isn't obvious. You don't want to expand on your speech about nobody knowing anything and everyone floundering? Chandler reached her hands up over her head and laced her fingers behind her neck, the rocking chair barely moving a millimeter. There's nothing to expand on. I know some things, and I don't think I'm floundering. Chandler gave Jack her best withering stare. I'm not floundering all the time, Jack corrected. Sometimes I'm doing pretty good. Self-awareness isn't your strong point. Communication isn't your strong point. I'm an excellent communicator, Chandler stated, clearly and precisely. Maybe when you're trying to honey trap some corrupt government official before yanking his teeth out. That's stupid, Chandler told her. It's much easier to just break their teeth with a hammer. The pain is just as bad and you don't break a sweat. Jack folded her arms across her chest. Chandler balanced. Each waited for the other to speak again. She'll be waiting a long time. I once went 89 days without saying a word. If it's all futile, why go on? Jack asked after lasting a whole 15 seconds. I didn't say it was futile. I said we're all clueless. What's the point if everyone is clueless? Jack challenged. Why bother? Things exist. Medusasoan don't question existence. They float around, snag food, spawn, and die. Jack didn't reply. Medusazoan are jellyfish, Chandler explained. I got the context, but your analogy sucks. Human beings don't just passively drift about stuffing their faces and reproducing. Jack's face pinched. Or maybe we do. How about we just take more edibles? That was fun. We need to be alert if Mick and his friends make more bad life choices and decide they want to drop by. Point taken. I'll stay alert. You get stoned. Pass. Friendship is about trust, Chandler. Chandler balanced silently. You don't think I can handle a bunch of good old boys? Jack asked. Chandler adjusted her position ever so slightly to compensate for her heartbeat, for the blood moving through her veins and arteries. I defy you, rocking chair. I defy your reason for existence. Have you ever heard of a trip sitter? Jack prattled on. Someone who stays sober to make sure their friends taking drugs are safe. I don't need anyone to keep me safe, Jack. I've been doing that fine on my own. Is that what your therapist says? Chandler almost flinched. Shit. She's right. Jack knew she'd landed a solid point because her face got all smug and unbearable. Get high. Relax for once. I'll watch for the townies. I'll make sure you're okay. This is what friends do. Chandler balanced silently, but she considered it. One of the things I talk about with my therapist is my inability to relax, to feel safe. I wonder what she'd say if I told her I got blotto and let a friend keep an eye on me. That might be an interesting session. Look, Jack pressed, you took a few steps. You went to a therapist. Only because Heath suggested it. Why did I tell her that? I once endured hours of electrotorture to avoid revealing a computer password. Why am I so eager to gossip about my crush? Is Heath even a crush? A coworker? A competitor? A frenemy? Do I love the guy? Am I capable of love? Why in the hell did I come to northern Wisconsin? Heath, your boyfriend who sometimes tries to shoot you? Chandler sighed, slowly, so the chair stayed still. I chose to play this hand, might as well go all in. He mentioned he was seeing a counselor, and that it was helpful for people in our profession. Chandler didn't mention that Heath had slept with, and later murdered, that psychiatrist because she was the personal shrink for a third world dictator, and he pumped her for information. Literally. But in between the screwing and prior to the assassinating, Heath had taken advantage of her professional abilities, and told Chandler it had been enlightening. Chandler vividly recalled the pillow talk. "It's liberating to speak with a professional, Bonita," Heath had said. "They can help you learn things about yourself." That had amused Chandler at the time. What is it you learned? I realized that I am mortal, that I need people. Then he gave Chandler one of his sultry, sexy looks. That I need you. Chandler laughed it off. You learned you needed me while fucking some shrink. Of course not. I learned I needed you while talking to some shrink. Though I did learn something while fucking her as well. And what's that? That you're so much better in bed, Bonita. That we are so much better together. Chandler had dismissed the conversation to Heath being Heath, a charming bad boy who was full of shit. But Chandler also knew there was something deeper there, and maybe Heath hadn't been blowing smoke. Maybe he had been showing a tiny bit of who he really was. That's good. Jack broke the silence, shattering the memory. So you took Heath's advice, saw a therapist, then took the therapist's advice and came up to Wisconsin with me. I invited myself. And now you're here, and I'm here. And this isn't futile. And neither of us are clueless. The only truly clueless person I know is Harry, who is probably coming over later. So maybe if you just trust me a little bit, then give me 6. Chandler said. 6? 6 gummies. That's, you've done pot before, right? Drugs were part of my training. I once took so much mescaline I hallucinated for 3 days. Was it... Jack's face pinched. Fun? I drank from a toilet, thinking it was a mountain brook. So maybe 6 is... Give me 6. Jack nodded, then toddled off. Is this a good idea? No, it isn't. But my life is a continuous string of bad ideas, bad judgments, bad actions. At least I'd be doing something bad for me, rather than for some mission. Jack can certainly handle those morons from the bar, and I could still wipe out a platoon while flying high on gummies. This will be a good experience. Almost like training. No, not like training. It's the opposite of training. This will be like being a normal person. If I really want to quit this business, if I really do want to have a regular life, this is a good test to take. Plus, I won't have to deal with Harry McGlade when he drops by. Tritagonist my ass. While Chandler waited, her eyes flitted around the room. So many mounted, taxidermy animal heads. Deer, bear, wolf, coyote. None in the best shape. Their pelts were matted, glass eyes not quite centered, trimming jagged and off. Rough. Amateurish. Reminds me of that outsider art concrete statue we found in the woods with those weird aquamarine glass eyes. Why does that colored glass seem familiar? The answer danced on the periphery of Chandler's recognition, and then Jack came back into the living room, and the thought dissipated. 6 gummies, as requested. Jack held out the candy, and Chandler reached for them without the chair moving. She carefully put them into her mouth, chewed past the artificial orange flavor, and swallowed them. So, do we want to go into another room? Don't want you to fall off the chair. Chandler considered a variety of smart-ass comments, but instead gripped the armrests, slowly lifted her body with her legs outstretched into a pike while keeping perfect balance, and then gently leaned forward until her heels touched the ground. She stood up and released the chair, letting it finally rock. "You must do a lot of core workouts," Jack said, patting her own stomach. "How about these elastic resistance bands? They're different colors. Do you use resistance bands?" "I go jogging with 80 pounds of bricks in my backpack." "Are they different colors?" Chandler caught on that Jack was ribbing her, and she smiled. "Great, gummies are already working. How about we sit at the kitchen table and I can watch you get sticky?" "Sticky?" They walked through the quiet house, their bare feet creaking on the wooden floor. The THC sticks you to the chair so you can't move. That's absurd. It's a real thing. The weed species indica is also known as couch because you're stuck to the couch. Won't happen. Edibles can have a stacking effect. You still have the one from earlier in your system. Phin took 3 once and had a full-blown psychedelic experience. He was positive there were leprechauns under the sofa. Spent a full hour digging through the cushions looking for gold. Cute. He found a dime and I thought he'd shit himself laughing. Phin used to be a bank robber, right? He broke a lot of laws. And you tamed him. Chandler stated, rather than teased. Jack snorted and took a seat at the table. Hardly. He figured that out on his own. My first husband, I'd try to change him. Didn't work out. How'd you try to change him? I tried to change him into someone who actually loved me. She shrugged. We were young. Was he a bad boy type? Not really. A narcissist. But not a rebel. The next guy I loved, Latham, was an honest-to-Christ good boy. Kind of man who holds doors open for you, rubs your feet after a hard day. What happened to him? Chandler asked. A psychopath named Alex Cork. Same one who took off McGlade's hand. Harry's new prosthetic is so detailed you can't even tell. You can tell. It moves robotically, and it still makes a machine noise when it opens and closes. Harry wins bar bets crushing empty bottles. What happened to Alex? I shot her in the head. Headshots work the best. Jack reached for the bottle of tequila still on the table from earlier. I'll drink to that. I'll join you. You sure? Mixing that much weed with, I can handle my buzz, Mom, as long as you can handle those guys from the bar if they show up. Chandler leaned closer. What were their names again? Jack blinked. Bartender was Toddy. And the 3 guys? Jack didn't answer. I said one of their names a few minutes ago. Chandler prodded. Mick. Right. And the other 2? Jack's eyes widened in apparent panic. Shit. It was, Zeke? One was Zeke. And the last guy... Chandler watched her perform a bug-on-a-pin wriggle. Begins with a V. Vern! Jack said, slapping the top of the table and letting out a relieved laugh. Toddy, Mick, Zeke, and Vern. Chandler poured them 2 shots, then they drank. Maybe my mind isn't fading like I thought, Jack said. What's that name I used for jellyfish? Jack's face went from beaming to slack. Begins with an M? Chandler prodded. Jack shook her head. I have no idea. I can't even guess. Shit. I should make a doctor's appointment. I need to look up dementia. Jack picked up her cell phone and stared at it. No signal. I knew there was no signal up here, and I looked anyway. Have another shot and calm down, Lute. Chandler poured one. There's a simple trick to know if short-term memory loss is just natural and age-related or due to cognitive decline. What's the trick? Give me your phone. Jack handed it over, and Chandler opened up the notepad app. She quickly typed out 3 words. Cubozoa, Medusazoa, Syphozoa. Then she pushed the phone across the table. If you can recall the word with a prompt, it's just normal short-term memory issues. Jack squinted at the words, then her brow crinkled. You said one of these aloud? That isn't promising. After a few more seconds, Jack said, I have no idea. All I could do is guess, and that wouldn't tell us anything. I said Medusozoa. It's the subphylum. Right, that clears everything right up. Jack took the second shot at tequila. Let's talk about something else. Tell me about Heath. Why? It's not like you'll remember anything. Jack appeared surprised, then noticed Chandler's wry smile. Hysterical. No wonder he's always trying to kill you. He's like me. Competent. Amoral. Tough. But he's very smooth. A sweet talker. I get the feeling that he enjoys life in ways I don't. What ways? Chandler considered it. I'm an eat to live kind of person. Heath is live to eat. Finn is like that. I get the feeling he likes things more than I do. Lives richer and deeper. Finds meaning in all the small stuff. Chandler noticed that Jack's voice had a slight echo. The cannabinoids kicking in, much faster than they did earlier. And he's good to be married to? Chandler asked, even with his history. Finn once robbed a crack house, a Chicago crack house, to get free crack. But he turned out to be a great father and partner. You know how guys have this macho instinct? It can also be a protective instinct. I don't know. Jack smiled. He makes me feel safe. That's a trait Heath most definitely does not have. How do you feel not having a purpose? Chandler asked. When Jack seemed confused, Chandler clarified. Not having a job. Ouch. I didn't mean it to be insulting. I know I can be too blunt. It's okay. When I was younger, around your age, I thought my job was my purpose, that my legacy was the work I did. Now you're going to say that it's your family, Chandler predicted. Jack shook her head. My purpose is to be useful. Sometimes that's within my family. Sometimes I do other things. Volunteering to teach square dancing at my mother's retirement home isn't as sexy as getting killers off the streets, but it can be just as fulfilling. Chandler waited a beat, then said, You're fucking with me. Jack laughed. Yeah, but the sentiment is true. We don't have to do any single thing with our lives. We just have to do some thing. Maybe it's the drugs, but that resonates with me and reminds me of something I wanted to talk about. You've been shot? Chandler asked. Jack nodded. I've been shot too. So many times I forgot them all. Even with body armor, it leaves a mark, right? But here's something funny. I can't remember all the bullets, but I remember once I was sealing an envelope and I got a paper cut. Little one on my pinky. Chandler held up her pinky finger and wiggled it to emphasize the point. Tiniest little cut on my knuckle. Barely bled at all. But it wouldn't heal. Every time I bent my finger, the cut reopened. Hurt like crazy. Chandler stared at her pinky. There wasn't a scar, at least. Not a physical one. We can get through the hard stuff, she said, lowering her voice. We can get to the point where we don't even remember it. But the nagging reminders of the hard stuff is the real struggle. Jack stared at Chandler for a moment, then said, That makes absolutely no sense. Chandler began to laugh, a slow and low laugh that sounded like someone else's voice. I'm not saying it clearly. It's, you heal from a big wound, then it's over. But a little wound, a paper cut, it doesn't heal, and it's a constant reminder. You can't get over it. The pain doesn't get better. It's just daily misery, no change, and you just want to cut your finger off to stop feeling it. Does that make more sense? You've got a paper cut on your soul. That was the most deeply profound thing Chandler had ever heard. And she ruminated on it for at least an hour, maybe 2 hours, wondering what sort of bandage you need to put on your soul. And she thought of so many types of bandages in all different shapes and colors, hundreds, thousands, an infinite number stretching on forever. But nothing would fit right. nothing would allow the healing to actually begin. "You want to just veg out alone for a while?" Jack asked. The voice startled Chandler so badly she jerked in her chair. "You're still here?" "It's been about 30 seconds since the paper cut comment." That blew Chandler's mind. "Yeah, let me veg out alone." It was easier to repeat the sentence than form her own thought. "I can keep an eye on you from the other room." "Bath," Chandler said. "You want to take a bath?" "You should take a bath." Jack laughed. "Why? Do I stink?" "I saw the tub. It's beautiful. Go take a bath. Relax. I'm fine." "I'm not fine, but I don't need a babysitter or a trip sitter or anyone sitting for me in any sort of way. I promise I'd watch over you. I'm fine," Chandler said again. "I think fine," Chandler repeated. "Take a bath. Fuck, I'm not a child." When Jack didn't move, Chandler said, "Trust goes both ways. I'm good. The weed feels good. Go relax." What if someone Chandler didn't think? She just acted. Training and muscle memory making it second nature, snagging the subcompact Beretta out of her waistband holster and slapping it on the table so fast that she drew when Jack said "some" and completed the motion before she finished. 1. "Holy shit," Jack said. "I'm fine," Chandler said. "Bath." Someone said goodnight. Chandler wasn't sure who said it, and she thought more about infinity and eternity and how a circle had no ending, and maybe a soul was the same. And she realized that sleep would be good, but someone had glued her to the chair. Chandler stared at her lap, saw there wasn't any glue. Sticky. The gummies are sticky. Which was hysterical because it was a play on words, because sugar was sticky and the drug stuck her to the seat. And Chandler holstered her weapon and leaned over and rested her head on the big picture window and stared out into darkness. Absolute darkness. Dark as my bleeding soul. Chandler pressed her nose to the cool glass and closed her eyes to let her pupils dilate to bring her night vision to bear faster, which was pretty clever for her since she was getting higher and higher by the second. And after maybe 10 seconds, or maybe 10 hours, she opened them again. The darkness outside wasn't so dark. Up against the window, she could see the backyard, the tangle of trees, even the path they took to go on the scavenger hunt. And movement. She saw movement. Big movement. Deer, elk, bear, wolf. It leaned out from behind the closest tree, one hand on the trunk, and stared directly at her. She was alarmed enough to grunt softly, but couldn't do much more than that. I know I'm stoned off my ass, but I'm sure I see a guy out there. And it wasn't one of the guys from the Fall Down Inn. He looked old, tall and old, hunched over, wearing raggy clothes. A Wendigo? His clothes were tattered and covered in some kind of gray filth, like dust or ash or dried cement. That Wendigo has an ash-gray complexion. Maybe it's not a Wendigo. Maybe it's that concrete statue we found on the property. Did it come to life somehow, like that Christmas story? Frosty the Snowman? The Concrete Man? Her vision sharpened, and Chandler realized the stars and the moon were lending a bit of light, allowing her to see clearer. The Concrete Man had a long beard. Chandler didn't remember the statue having a beard. She heard a pounding sound and recognized it as her heartbeat. Faster than usual, like I've been exercising. Have I been exercising? Chandler tried to lift her hands, but couldn't. Sticky gummies, sticking my butt to the chair, sticking my arms to my sides, sticking me to the floor. I'm hallucinating. This is a delusion. THC psychosis. I had too much weed and now I'm Cheech and Chong paralyzed. I'm on a psychedelic trip. I'm on a magic carpet ride. This isn't real. The concrete man is imaginary. He isn't there. Then the man who wasn't there walked out from behind the tree and stood there, continuing to stare. Chandler couldn't see his eyes. Are they blue-green glass eyes from the antique telephone pole insulators? There is a shelf of those in the house. There was also glass insulators on display at the bar. Lake Flathead was a logging town that made telephone poles. The concrete man took a step closer, less than 10 meters away from Chandler. He does not have glass eyes. This is a real man. I'm hallucinating a real man. Can he see me? He must see me. He's staring right at me. The kitchen lights are on. I'm a silhouette to him. Why is he standing there? That's not normal behavior. Maybe he's stoned like I am. Maybe he's the one who is hallucinating me. The concrete man came closer. It's an old guy. Really old. Big and old with crazy long hair and a crazy twisted beard. A stooped posture. He's watching me like a cat watches a mouse. The pounding, Chandler's heartbeat, got faster and louder. I'm scared. Why am I scared of an old man? An old man who is outside and moving closer. Why is he moving closer? Chandler knew this couldn't be real, so she closed her eyes and decided to count to 10 in her head. 1, 2, 3. He won't be there when I open my eyes. Her heart went pound, 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 pound. Her breath went in, out, 4, 5. Has it only been 5 seconds? It seems like longer. Maybe I should open my eyes now. The concrete man will be gone. It's all in my head. Pound, 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 went her heart. In, out, went her breath. 5, 6. My heartbeat is so loud, so fast. My breathing is so loud, so fast. Why am I scared? Because I took so much pot I can't move? Or because the concrete man is a threat? Because the concrete man is a threat. Because the concrete man is real. Because this is all real. Pound, 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 pound. In, out. 5. Did I count to 5 already? I lost count. I must be at 10 seconds by now. I should open my eyes. I'll open them now. Chandler did not open her eyes. Her eyelids were squeezed tight. The giant heart lub-dubbing in her head made it hard to think. Her deafening breathing made it hard to think. Her muddy thoughts made it hard to think. Open your eyes. Now. Her eyes remained closed. Chandler understood fear. She'd been afraid too many times to count. True fear, where death crouched nearby, ready to pounce. Fear was a useful survival tool. It was a warning signal to your body, preparing you for fight or flight. I can't fight. I can't flee. I'm stuck to the chair. I need to open my eyes. I'll open them now. Chandler's eyes remained closed. This is all in my head. It isn't real. Maybe I'm not real. Maybe nothing is real. Open your eyes. Pound in, pound out, pound in, pound out. Open your eyes, Chandler. Pound, pound. Open them and prove this isn't real. In, out. Open them. Open them now. Chandler opened her eyes, and the concrete man His face, inches from the window, stared at her with his mouth open in a wiggly pink O, while a long line of drool escaped from a cave of gray gums and rotten teeth. Chandler tried to scream, but she couldn't breathe. The in and out of her lungs seized, and the pound of her heart went crazy. The concrete man showed no fear. His eyes were black, glossy, curious. His ratty gray beard was pocked with stones and twigs, and clumps of dried and wet cement. Chandler tried to close her eyes so she didn't have to stare at the horror. But she couldn't. Her eyes were stuck open. My whole body is stuck. Chandler couldn't hear her own thoughts because her heartbeat was a continuous thunderclap. So she moved her thoughts to another part of her brain, away from her ears, which she knew made no sense, but none of this made sense, and she needed to get away from death. I am staring into the eyes of death. And death is staring at me. And death wants me. I have to do something, yell for help, move away, draw my weapon. Something. I'm not really paralyzed. It's just weed. It's not curare. It's not succinylcholine. It's just frickin' marijuana. I'm stronger than a party drug. I'm stronger. I'm strong. The concrete man inched closer to the window pane, resting his forehead against it. Against Chandler's forehead, staring into her bleeding soul. Then a liver-colored tongue stuck out through the rows of broken, yellow, missing teeth. A line of bubbly saliva snaking off its fat tip. And he licked the glass. THC be damned. It freaked out Chandler so badly that her whole body piked, and she jerked off the chair and crumpled to the floor, partly under the table, falling onto her chest with her head staring into the hallway. Did Jack hear me? Is she coming? Chandler tried to swallow, her mouth unbearably dry. It felt like she had a dry bread crust stuck in her throat. Her breath was ragged. Her heart was ready to pop. Jack did not appear in the hallway. Chandler heard a sound, faint, but clear. Running water. Jack was taking a bath. How could she be taking a bath now? She's supposed to be protecting me. Is the concrete man still there? Is death still watching? I need to check the window. Chandler tried to lift her head. Her head didn't obey. Chandler realized she couldn't hear her heart anymore, and wondered if it had stopped. I can't be dead. I think. Therefore I live. I need to turn around. It's just weed. I need to turn around. It's just weed. I need to turn around. It's just weed. I need to turn around. Chandler rocked her head with her chin against the floor, and in one jerky motion, she faced the window and saw nothing. The concrete man was gone. Death wasn't staring at her. In her mind, Chandler laughed. Nothing is there. I imagine the whole thing. Nothing is there. Nothing is. Her eyes closed, and unconsciousness took her. The Artist.
The woman in the artist's kitchen sits there, staring out the window. The artist watches from behind a tree. The woman does not move. She is still as art. Could she be art? The artist moves closer. Closer. Close enough to stare into her eyes. No, this is not art. Art shows fear, Art runs. Art begs for help. Art struggles and fights and yells and screams. This woman just stares. Maybe she is an artist too. The woman falls off the chair onto the floor. The artist has no interest in her. There is another in his house. The art is in there. The artist walks through the yard around the house, stops at another window. The bathroom. There is art in the bathtub. This art is older than the woman in the kitchen. This art is beautiful. But the artist can make it more beautiful. Beautiful forever. The artist walks to the front of the house. The door is locked. The artist has a key. It is the artist's house. It has been the artist's house since the old days, the logging days, before the town died. The artist carefully opens the door. The bathtub is still running. The art is getting all nice and hot and wet. Slippery, slippery, slippery. The artist carefully closes the door and walks into the house. The floor is creaky. The artist knows the quiet spots. The artist makes no sound. The artist stops at the candy wall, peels off some paint chips. So sweet. It makes the artist feel good. It makes the artist feel like an artist. It makes the artist. The artist eats more paint. Not too much, because it gives the artist an ache in the head. Then the artist goes into the kitchen. The woman is still on the floor. The artist goes to her. The artist kneels down. The artist stares. The artist touches. Not art. The woman opens her eyes. Her lips move. She whispers, death. The artist disagrees. The artist is not death. The artist is immortality. The artist leaves the woman and goes down the hallway. No creaks. So quiet, it hurts the ears. The bath stops. The artist goes into the bedroom. Silent. 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 The bathroom door is open. The art is in the bathtub. The art has closed eyes. The artist imagines a pose for the art, a bathtub pose. The art will bathe for eternity. Not slippery, 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 but dry, dry, dry. The artist reaches into dusty overalls, takes out the syringe. The artist moves closer. Silent, silent, silent. Closer, closer, closer. The artist hears the art breathing. The artist steps into the bathroom. And the artist sees the gun. The gun is on the sink, next to the bathtub, next to the art. The art could grab it. The artist pauses. The artist thinks. The artist thinks. The artist thinks some more. The artist is strong. Is the art strong? The art always fights, if it can fight. Surprise is better. The artist has an idea. The artist will hide. The artist will hide and wait. Wait, wait, wait. The artist hides. The artist waits.
Sam, Outskirts of Destiny, Colorado. My name is Samantha Adams Troutt Daniels, though sometimes I go by Samantha Adams Daniels Troutt, because in school we get called by alphabetically, and I would rearrange my last names if it worked to my advantage. People call me Sam, and I'm not a big fan of camping. I liked hiking, I liked nature, I liked spending time with my dad. But I don't like the dark. That wasn't exactly true. More specifically, I don't like what might be hiding in the dark. I'm only 9, but my mom used to be a cop, and while it wouldn't be nice to say she was unlucky a lot, if she asked me, I'd tell her to avoid gambling, and lotteries, and bingo. When Mom worked for the Chicago Police Department as a homicide lieutenant, a lot of bad people tried to kill her. When she left the police department, the bad people didn't get the memo because they kept trying to kill her. And Dad. And sometimes me. It wasn't Mom's fault, it was just luck. The best way to improve your luck is to know your odds. That meant to know what you're facing. But in the dark, you never know what you're facing. How many flashlights did you bring? Dad asked. He was going through my backpack while we sat around a fire I made, though he helped with the flint striker to light the tinder. 8, I told him. My marshmallow on my stick was on fire, but I liked the burnt carbon taste, so I kept it in the flames. Dad took out one of the flashlights. Doesn't that seem excessive? Batteries could die, so just bring extra batteries. I did, they're in the inside pocket. So why do you need 8 flashlights? That way, even if I lose 7, I still have 1 left. Behind Dad, 8.6 kilometers away, was Destiny, Colorado, where we lived. It wasn't a big town, but it had a lot of houses and a lot of business, and at night a lot of lights were on, so it glowed in the distance like an artificial constellation. Dad had tried to get as far away from town as possible. He called it light pollution. For me, the more light, the better. Did you remember to bury your poop? Dad asked. I sighed. Yes, Father, after I dug the hole and pooped in it, I buried it. When you were younger, the word poop made you laugh. I'm more mature now, I stated. Which plant did you bury it behind? That one, I pointed. Ew, yucca. Dad said that because it was a yucca tree. He thought he was funny. It's a yucca plant, he explained. I know. Maybe I should take you to a doctor, get your funny bone checked out. Maybe it isn't me, I said. Maybe you're not as funny as you think. I'm the funniest person you know. Uncle Harry is the funniest person I know. Uncle Harry is a dickweed. I laughed, just a little bit. Dad laughed too. Really? My genius yucca pun doesn't move the needle, but saying dickweed is worth a chuckle? Swear words are still funny, I said. Dad jokes aren't funny. Dad jokes are hysterical. That's because you have the emotional maturity of a 7-year-old, I explained. I'm a guy. All guys have the emotional maturity of a 7-year-old. He waited, then added, You fart knocker. I put my hand on my mouth so I didn't giggle. Look at all the light pollution, Dad said, putting another marshmallow on his stick. Ruins the whole horizon. I blew on my marshmallow and waited exactly 9 seconds for it to cool off enough to eat it. 9 seconds is the perfect time to wait when you're roasting marshmallows. Can we call Mom? I asked. She texted me, said they don't have service at their bed and breakfast. She went with Aunt Val? Dad shook his head. No, she went with Chandler. Who's Chandler? She's like Jason Bourne, except she's more dangerous. And prettier. You're married to Mom. You can't call other women pretty. You're pretty. Can I say that? I don't think people should be complimented or shamed for something they have no control over. Like looks. That's because you're super butt ugly. I giggled. You're infinity butt ugly. You're double infinity butt ugly. You're infinity butt ugly. I said, then added, to the square root of infinity. You know, we should do some sprinting. I didn't get it. Sprinting? Dad nodded. Yeah, sprinting runs in our family. I didn't laugh. Dad looked away and put his face on his shoulder. Dad? Are you actually pouting? I am, but not because you didn't laugh. I'm sad because I tried to teach a class at your school about the wonders of the human eyeball. He looked at me, but I only had 2 pupils. I made a face. Aha, stick with the swear words. Okay, asshole breath. I laughed because, come on, that was funny. We were quiet for a little bit, and we ate another marshmallow. I love you, Dad. I love you too, fart muncher. That was also the height of comedy, but I didn't laugh. My eyes had strayed to the dark desert around us, and all the things I couldn't see in it. For the most part, I liked being a kid, but not knowing things meant dealing with a lot of uncertainty. If something happened to Mom, would you marry Chandler? I asked. What? No, hell no. And nothing is going to happen to Jack. Something could happen, but it won't. She's really unlucky, Dad. Are you kidding? She's very lucky. She has you, she has me. We are all lucky to have one another. But bad things happen to her. A lot. Bad things happen to everyone, Pumpkin. That's part of life. There was a shooting star in the sky. They weren't really shooting stars, they were meteors. Twice a year, the Leonid meteor shower peaked when Earth's orbit went through its stream. Usually, I got excited by shooting stars. But the dark was making me worry about stuff. I'm not talking about regular bad things like getting sick or getting in a car accident or getting robbed, I said. Mom is unlucky because at least 20 people have tried to kill her. That shouldn't be part of life. I waited for Dad to rebut my point. But he didn't. Why aren't you telling me that I'm overreacting and I don't have to worry about it? Because I agree with you. I didn't like that. Not at all. But you're an adult. You're supposed to lie and say it will all be okay and to not worry about it. You're supposed to say I'm being silly so I feel safe. You're supposed to protect me and Mom. I would die for you and your mother, Sam. But I can't protect you from life. You're smart. Maybe too smart. If I lied to you, you'd know it was a lie. Maybe I'm too smart, but I'm still only 9. Maybe I need my parents to lie to me sometimes. Right now, you're safe, and your mother is safe, and nothing bad is going to happen to any of us. Dad was right. I was too smart to believe him. And in the dark, scary desert, I could swear I felt bad people staring at us. The Paladin. She didn't need night vision. Their campfire was bright enough to see them both through the rifle scope. A daddy-daughter camping trip. Enjoy it. It's your last. It slightly irked the Paladin that the witch was getting her ledger cleared first. As if your revenge is more important than mine. But the wizard made the rules, and they both owed the wizard their lives. Or our second lives. Or rebirths. Or whatever you want to call whatever this is. We were dead, now we're not. It was complicated, but also simple. Like the plan was complicated, yet simple. First we kill Jack and Finn and Sam and Harry. Then we can go after Herb and Tequila. Then the wizard and the golem can find Sarah Randhurst and her husband, Frank Belgium. 3 servings of vengeance, 8 dishes, all served cold. And then? The paladin wasn't sure. She would have to deal with the witch at some point. New alliances don't automatically settle old scores. But that wouldn't be for a while. In the meantime, the paladin watched the father and child through the rifle scope, imagining over and over again the gorgeous red explosions of their heads popping, with well-placed 30-06 rounds. Jack. The bath wasn't relaxing. At first I didn't want to take a bath, but Chandler was getting belligerent. And even stoned, she proved she could handle herself. And as long as I had my Colt nearby, I figured my reaction time would only be slowed down by throwing on a robe. And in case of a true emergency, the robe was optional. Seemed like a lot of excuses, but it had been a really long day and I really wanted to have a soak, and Chandler pushing me was all the excuse I needed. So I filled up a luxurious tub, complete with bath salts and bubbles that either our hosts or previous renters had graciously left in the medicine cabinet, and I slid into the water and closed my eyes and tried to relax. But of course, I couldn't relax. The tub wasn't long enough, so to keep my knees underwater I had to bend them to the side, which was uncomfortable because I had old spine injuries. Plus, something was nipping at my subconscious. I wasn't sure what. Maybe something to do with the incident at the Fall Down Inn. Maybe something to do with the bed and breakfast. Maybe something to do with the scavenger hunt. Maybe something to do with my traveling companion, who seemed to be a powder keg of pent-up neuroses ready to blow. Or maybe the edibles I took earlier were still making me paranoid. Or the booze I drank was making me overreact. I forcefully pushed all of that aside, immersed myself right up to my chin, closed my eyes, and tried to enjoy the deep, hot, silky, bubbly water. But my damned brain wouldn't stop nagging me. I felt like something was wrong. I felt like something bad was going to happen. I felt like I was being watched. Alarmed, I opened my eyes and abruptly sat up. Of course, I was alone in the bathroom. I leaned over to look into the bedroom and saw nothing. The bedroom was empty. Still feeling unsettled, I got up, put on my bathrobe, and tucked my revolver into the front hip pocket, and walked down the hallway into the kitchen, where Chandler was on the floor. I hurried to her, immediately feeling for the pulse in her carotid, watching as her eyes fluttered. She whispered, "Death." No kidding, I told her 6 gummies were too many. I tried giving her a pull to see if I could get her upright, but she was 120 pounds of dead weight. No problem, if I couldn't bring her to bed, I'd bring the bed to her. I padded over to Chandler's room, grabbed a pillow and blanket, and walked back into the kitchen, spending a minute to try to make her as comfortable as possible. At least with pot, she wouldn't have a hangover. I figured she'd wake up in a few hours, confused but unharmed. Then I headed back into the bedroom and stepped on something small and sharp. I checked the bottom of my bare foot. Rock salt. I looked around and found more of it, sprinkled around the hardwood. It looked like a sparse trail. I was sure it hadn't been there when we first arrived at the B&B, which meant it was recent. Did we track it in when we got back from the bar? I followed the salt into the great room, each step creaking on the wooden floor, and saw sprinklings all the way to the front door. We must have brought it in on our shoes. I double-checked to make sure the door was locked. It was, and then turned and saw a small, gray rock on the welcome mat. I crouched, picked it up, and rolled it in my fingers. Mushy. Holding it up to my nose, I recognized the smell of cement. I didn't recall anything recently paved, and my unspecific paranoia kicked up a few notches. I went back into the kitchen and checked the bottoms of Chandler's shoes and found some dirt in the treads, but no rock salt. I was almost certainly overreacting, but I drew my weapon and kept it at my side, pointed downward. I needed to search the house for intruders. It was unlikely, but I had to check. First, I held my breath and paid attention to the ambient noise of the house. Intuition and sensing my environment, specifically crime scenes, was something I did a lot when I was on the force. Places had a feel, a vibe. When Chandler and I arrived earlier, the house told us what kind of space it was. What I meant specifically was hard to describe, but sometimes you just knew something was off. When you tuned in, you realized something was wrong. I tried to use my nose, my ears, the air on my face and bare skin to figure out if anything changed from earlier. And I couldn't sense a goddamn thing. So much for my cop instincts. Instead, I did it the old-fashioned way, moving slowly and carefully, acutely aware of every potential hiding spot. I started in the kitchen. I checked the pantry. I checked in the cabinets under the sink. Perversely, I even checked the refrigerator because Harry and I once found a suspect scrunched up in his fridge during a domestic disturbance call a zillion years ago when we both walked a beat. The nearby bathroom was next, the door already open. The shower had a privacy glass door, dark and shadowy. I flipped on the light. Empty. Then, I moved on to the great room, keeping my core centered, acutely aware of my surroundings. The open floor plan didn't allow for many hidey holes. No feet protruded from the bottom of any curtains. The sofa didn't have enough room under it to fit a person. I approached the closet with my gun raised, opening the door fast with my finger on the trigger. A moth fluttered out. I went into the hall, moving in a crouch and using balanced movements and rolling my steps heel-to-toe SWAT style so I didn't bob or sway. The crumb trail of rock salt pinched the soles of my bare feet. I had already been in Chandler's bedroom, but I checked it again. The bed had no dust ruffle and nothing beneath it, and the closet held only old wire hangers. Her bathroom also empty. The game room came next. No closet, no real place to hide. I walked in anyway, doing a slow and steady examination of everything. It all appeared okay. Maybe this was just residual weed paranoia after all. Or just plain old paranoia that wasn't weed-related, but experience-related, because of all my bad experiences. The only room left was my bedroom. That big, king-sized bed with the princess mosquito netting likely had a lot of space under it. There was also another closet. I walked back into the hallway and froze. I had the prickly flesh sensation of being stared at. I did a slow 360-degree twirl, weapon up. The hall was empty. Was I missing something? When clearing an area, the rookie mistake was to forget that the world was three-dimensional and had an up and down. But I'd been checking the floor for salt and hadn't noticed any seams for trapdoors or discoloration in the boards. And the ceiling was high. At least, it was high in the open floor plan entry great room. The hallway had a much lower ceiling and was conceivable that a crawl space could be. Noise from behind me, and I spun to see a large, old, filthy man stretch upside down from the attic hatch, grabbing my wet hair with one hand, and stabbing me with something in his other hand, right between my clavicle and shoulder blade. Just as I raised my gun and fired twice before he dropped out of his hole and pinned me to the ground. So many thoughts flooded my brain and competed for attention, but the one that dominated was how I knew what insanity looked like. But this man looked more insane than anything I'd ever encountered. Like a raving psychopath out of a backwoods horror movie. And as he wrestled me for my gun, I couldn't tell if I'd hit him and didn't know how wounded I was until everything started to go gray and I realized he didn't stab me, he jabbed me with something. And as my brain light dimmed and time went screwy, I hoped my gun was loud enough to wake up Chandler. Captive number 83. Harry. So, that happened. I woke up and my recall was spotty, but not too bad because I did a whole lot of recreational drugs and my tolerance was pretty high. Don't judge me. Drugs, like sex and food and drinking and binge-watching BBC crime shows, were a way to enhance life because life is hard and painful, and sometimes we need to escape from the everyday grind, like when crazy bartenders roofie your toilet margarita and then bury you alive. Yeah, I was pretty sure I was buried alive. Had I been buried alive before? I didn't think so. I couldn't be sure because I had a lousy memory due to having a weird brain. Or it could have been all the drugs. Since I'm super cool in emergency situations, I examined my situation and used logic and reason to figure out the quickest way to escape. Kidding, I screamed my throat raw. Then I sobbed until I had no moisture left, just air coming out of my eyes like tiny tear duct farts. Then, exhausted by my self-indulgent waste of energy and lack of even a shred of bravery or dignity, I wet my pants. Don't judge me, I wet my pants for far less extreme reasons. I was in some sort of concrete tomb, lying on a bed of rock salt, cold cement blocks on 4 sides and above me. It was pitch black and I'd also been positioned in sort of a half-pike position, on my side and bent at the waist with my legs stretched out in an L, barely enough room to wiggle around. After my totally justified freakout, I checked my clothing to see if my abductor had left me with anything helpful, like my gun, which I would use to end my life because being buried alive was super scary and I'd rather eat a bullet and go quick than spend another minute in this concrete hell. But I had no gun, no wallet, no phone, no keys, nothing in my front pockets except urine. I wore expensive Italian leather shoes, which probably had metal in the sole or heel, but I couldn't reach my feet because of the weird position I was posed in. I did, however, still have my robotic hand. So after more screaming and crying and peeing on myself a little more, I used my prosthetic to begin clawing away at the nearest block. I smelled something burning, my fake latex skin rubbing off my fingers, but after 20 minutes of focused hard work, I finally started screaming again. When I caught my breath, I used my real hand to feel what damage my fake hand had done to the block. It had a tiny centimeter chip in it from my robot efforts. So, after more urinating, I continued the effort. Best case scenario, I broke out. Worst case scenario, I died trying, soaked in my own piss. Mid case scenario, none of this was really happening. It was a dream, or a hallucination, or a memory. Be great if it was a memory, because that meant I already had lived through it. Or would live through it. Fun physics fact that I learned listening to a book on tape. There is nothing in the laws of the universe that says the arrow of time has to move forward. Newton and Einstein and Hawking, all of their theories still worked fine if time moved backward. Or was nonlinear. Sure, that would be confusing, but sometimes life was confusing. And maybe jumping around in time would be a better way to deal with trauma, or hopelessness, or dying. Maybe in extreme cases of pain and stress and fear, when you wanted to be anywhere else, you went anywhere else. Too metaphysical? I'll make it simpler. Can you truly prove what is now? The present cannot be proven because as I finish this sentence, every word prior to this one is already in the past. Yet I can revisit the sentence, essentially going back in time. If our lives are stories, we can skip back to the beginning, or cheat and take a peek at the end, just like in a book. Reality was a matter of perspective, so maybe I could skip ahead in my own timeline, or maybe my mind had already snapped. Either way, I might be able to disappear from here and go somewhere else. When else. Jack, Los Angeles. Are you with me, babe? I blinked and Finn came back into focus. Am I with you? My husband nodded. It looked like you disappeared for a minute, like you weren't present. Maybe some PTSD, I admitted. A madman drugged me and sealed me in a concrete tomb. Yeah, but that was weeks ago. Finn winked at me. Plenty of time to get over it. I knew he was kidding, but I felt like I really should have been over it by now. There were still missing pieces, still things that hadn't been resolved. It felt unfinished. And honestly, it had been the most terrifying experience of my life. Maybe I won't get over it that easily. Maybe I was doomed to relive it again and again in my head. I'm trying to be in the moment, I told my husband. But it's hard. I still don't remember how I got out. The Kermabago came to a stop, and Harry McGlade announced from the driver's seat, "We're here! The escape room of terror! All's ashore that's going ashore!" We lined up and exited the recreational vehicle, and I got a good look at what I'd agreed to in my moment of weakness. The facility was located on the north end of a strip mall in Thousand Oaks, 10 miles west of LA, with a huge tourist trap marquee and blazing neon lights, and an even larger billboard behind the building advertising to the traffic on Route 101. Upon entering, we were greeted by an overly enthusiastic staff who were likely employed there between acting auditions. After we confirmed our reservation with a human being who used a barcode reader to confirm our tickets in the sparsely decorated lobby, a smiling guy in a lab coat came up to us, acting every bit the medical doctor. "Welcome to the Pulmonas Clinic," he said. "I thought it was the escape room of terror," said Harry Jr. "It is, but from this point on, we're going to use our imagination and pretend. Do you ever pretend things?" "I pretend I like my father," Harry Jr. said. "And I pretend I'm not going to put him up for adoption," Harry Sr. said. "Delightful," said the smiling guy. Then he handed us waivers and consent forms to sign. "What now?" Finn asked. "This is an extreme escape room experience with elements of realistic horror," the smiling guy explained, not breaking a smile. "While none of the staff will touch you, some of the interactions could be disturbing and frightening. And the Escape Room of Terror LLC and its parent company Freelock Shampoo and Hair Care Products cannot be held responsible if you injure yourself while panicking." He winked at Sam. "Adults or legal guardians have to sign for the minors." "Why is it asking for my blood type?" I asked. "The Escape Room of Terror LLC is an extreme escape room experience, in case you require a blood transfusion or an organ donation. This simplifies the process." My husband shook his head. "I don't give personal information to the deep state," he said. "It's voluntary," the smiling guy said. "Not required to proceed." "It's all for show, Finn," Harry said. "It's to set the mood and try to scare us. This whole production is immersive, interactive theater. I read about it in Maxim." Smiling guy looked at Sam. "Do you know your blood type, young lady?" "I'm O negative," Sam said, "a universal donor." "How about you, young man?" Smiling guy asked Harry Jr. "Blood scares me," Harry Jr. told him. "You scare me too." "If you're easily frightened, maybe this escape room isn't for you. Eat a bag of dicks," Harry Jr. told him. "Adorable," Smiling guy said. "How old are you?" 9. "That's a colorful language for a 9-year-old. Didn't anyone teach you about manners?" "Don't say dicks," Harry told his son. "It's impolite." "Sorry, Dad. Tell him to eat a bag of penises," Harry said. "Eat a bag of penises," Harry Jr. told the smiling man. "Adorable." "A big fucking bag," Harry Jr. said, "with hairy balls on top." "Just precious." "I'm Harry," Harry Jr. said. "They're my balls. Hairy balls, like 2 grapefruits in a pillowcase." "You must be so proud," the smiling man said to his father. McGlade wiped away a tear. "You have no idea." The smiling man collected our waivers and consent forms, not noticing or caring that Finn's were unsigned, then led us to a room made up to look like a doctor's office, complete with a medical exam table lined with paper, a lit wall with some x-rays of an upper body, and a hospital-type desk. "I hope you enjoy your brief stay at the Pulmonas Clinic. Good luck." He smiled before closing the door, and loudly locking it behind him, leaving us to fend for ourselves. "I guess the game is on," Finn said. "Let's look for clues." We spread out and began to search. Though it looked like a large examination room, We quickly realized most of the decor was non-functional props. The cabinets and drawers didn't open, the furniture was bolted down, certain items like doctor's notes and a lamp and a phone on a small desk were glued in place. Made sense. Anything real would get stolen. I sidled up to McGlade and said under my breath, "There are still some things I don't remember about Lake Flathead, like how we survived." "Same here," Harry answered. "But we obviously made it, because here we are. I can't remember specific details." "You don't think that's weird?" "The whole thing was weird. The drugging, the trauma, the panic. It's all a blur. For all we know, we might have been sexually assaulted by the Wendigo. Though, to be fair, you were asking for it wearing those Uggs. And that awful sweater. What's with this sweater you're wearing now?" "What's wrong with it? Did the thrift store have a half-price day? Are you trying to look homeless?" "Jesus, remember when you used to wear Dior and Versace?" "My mother's old roommate at the retirement home knitted this sweater." "How old is she? 150? Someone needs to keep that broad away from knitting needles." I looked down and frowned. "I think it's cute. I think she's colorblind," Harry said. "We need to stop her before she commits more fashion crimes." "She died last year. Probably not accidental if she kept giving people sweaters like that," Harry said. "I suspect foul play. Hell, I'm just looking at it for the first time and I want to kill her." I chewed my lower lip. "Your flattering fashion critique aside, I want to know how we made it out of Flathead." "No idea, but I got a safe guess how we survived." "How?" Harry grinned, his mouth wide as a zebra's ass. "I saved us." I rolled my eyes. "How? With your petty insults and questionable hygiene? I'm heroic, and I buy my clothing at a tailor, not at Goodwill on Green Sticker Day." "Maybe I saved us." "Bullshit, Jackie. Look at our history. I always come to the rescue, in the nick of time, usually with a clever comment. It's become a tired cliche with us." "Maybe you can come to the rescue right now and figure out this answer," I said, pointing to the only obvious riddle in the room. On a laminated sheet of paper stuck to the top of the non-functional desk were some anatomical pencil sketches of human organs, including a heart, a kidney, and a liver. There was also a question written on it. "Milton Bradley War Game?" Harry read aloud. "Risk," Finn said. "Risk is a war game. We just played that a few months ago." "That's Parker Brothers, not Milton Bradley," Sam reminded her father. "I don't have any brothers," Harry Jr. said. "Dad said after he had me, he would rather cut off his junk than have more children." McGlade patted him on the head. "That's because you were a huge mistake." "Mom says you're rude, and that's why no one will ever love you," Harry Jr. told his father. "Your mom is a gold-digging trash pile who runs through more guys than a game of Grand Theft Auto 5. As heartwarming as your father-son bonding is, how about you cool it and help us get out of this room?" Finn said. "My mom says you're super hot, Uncle Finn," Harry Jr. said. "And that Aunt Jack is too old for you." "Your mother is the nicest person I've ever met in that IQ range," Finn replied. We all found that funny, even Sam. There were some anatomy books on the desk, which were glued in place and didn't open. The top had the title Organ Donation. On the wall above the desk were two small posters, one about the importance of giving blood, the other, incongruously, a Navy recruitment advertisement. Sam stood next to me and stared at the posters. "Battleship," she said. "That's a Milton Bradley war game." That made sense. It also provided a good reason for that out-of-place poster to be in the exam room. I reached out and touched the surface, hoping maybe it had a hidden panel behind it. Nope. Just a poster. So far, the escape room of terror, which Sam had goaded us all into attending, was only terrifying in the complexity of its puzzles. "There's a joke written on this fake prescription pad," Finn said. He was looking at a clipboard at the foot of the exam table. "I went to the chiropractor," he read. "About a week back." He snorted. No one else did. "I hate dad jokes," Sam said. That's because you've never heard my dad jokes, said McGlade. My dad jokes are better, Phin said. Uh-oh. I didn't like where this was going. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Harry asked. I'm thinking it. The time-honored tradition when middle-aged dads get together. Please, no, I said, unable to hide the wince. A dad joke-off, Harry announced. Biggest laugh wins. Now I want to escape even more, Sam declared. I'll start. Harry cleared his throat. I was going to go for a walk in the snow without shoes. He paused. But I got cold feet. No one reacted. Part of the tradition of a dad joke-off, besides the pause before the punchline, was for everyone to keep a perfectly straight face. With that joke, it wasn't hard. Well, I've been thinking about buying a really tight shirt, Phin said. Pause. But I don't know if I could pull it off. Silence. Not even any grins. Harry shook his head. Really, Phin? I didn't think you could get into that sort of thing. Ouch. No reactions, Sam declared after studying everyone's face. I could tell a bowling joke, Phin said. Pause. But I'll spare you. That's right, Phin, Harry told him. Stay in your lane. Wow, they were getting worse. I thought it was right up my alley, Phin said. I shook my head, lamenting the fall of humanity. And that's a strike against you, countered Harry. Harry Jr. whimpered a little. Was that a giggle? His father asked. It was a cry of pain, said Harry Jr. You're really working on your bowling humor, Harry, Phin said. Pause. But you can't pin it down. You boys should stop, I said. Think of the children. You know, I went bowling with Harry Jr. when he was a baby, Harry said. Pause. A ball rolls better. Sam smiled at that and put her hand over her mouth to not laugh. Phin pretended to be offended. Oh, really? Sam, did I tell you about the time your mother dropped the TV remote control on the floor and tried to pick it up with her feet? Phin paused. I had to hand it to her. I got a funny one about feet, Harry Jr. said. Why did the little boy in Somalia never wear shoes? Why? Sam asked. Because, Harry Jr. paused. His feet were blown off in a drone strike. I narrowed my eyes. That's not really funny, Harry Jr. I know, it's sad. The drone strike also killed both of his parents. Are you sure this is a joke? Phin asked. The legless boy went into an orphanage, but then he was sold for child sex trafficking. I'm not sure your son understands how dad jokes work, I said. He tried to figure out how to run away, said Harry Jr., but he was stumped. He gets it, Harry McGlade said. On a semi-related note, that drone later went bowling. He paused. Talk about a drone strike. The silence was devastating. We need to stop the U.S. military-industrial complex, Harry Jr. said. Defense contractors shouldn't be allowed to lobby Congress, Sam agreed. That's very insightful, I told the fourth graders. It's important to be aware of things. When I eat corn, it comes out of my butt looking the same, Harry Jr. said. Sam laughed at that. I'd like to declare the dad joke-off a loss, I said. Then did the requisite pause. For everyone in the room. No smiles. Maybe this dad joke thing was tougher than it looked. Let's get back to the escape room we paid $40 each for, I said. Which is more than you spent on your entire wardrobe, said McGlade. Where'd you get those stylish Velcro shoes? Did you give a crack whore 50 cents? My back had been hurting since Lake Flathead, hence the laceless gym shoes. I'd somehow aggravated an old injury, but I couldn't remember how. What happened to me up north? Why did my back still ache? And how did I escape? Captive 82. Jack. I closed my eyes, then opened them, and couldn't tell the difference. The darkness of my concrete coffin remained the same. I shivered, cinching my bathrobe tighter around my waist. The bed of rock salt beneath me getting under the fabric and pressing into my back, my legs, my ass. I was going to die there. Die in this awful, cramped position. My back in agony, my mind lost to dehydration, panic, and madness. And after I was dead, I would be encased in cement and made into one of those creepy statues with the blue-green glass eyes. I'd never see my family again. Mom and Dad. Finn. Sam. I'm sorry I won't get to go to that escape room with you, Sam. I bet we would have had fun. You'll get your own solo adventures now. I hope they turn out better than mine. My eyes were closed, or maybe they were open, it didn't matter, and I could picture us at the escape room of terror, talking to some unemployed actor who worked there between auditions, explaining the rules. Or maybe he didn't explain the rules. Maybe he just left us there to figure it out for ourselves. Just like I'd been left here to figure it out for myself. I tried to adjust my position, the concrete block jabbing into my spine, pressing on my old injury. Broken back, never fully healed. I was shot by a psycho named Wyatt, assisted by his sister, a freelance torturer called the Cowboy. Both long gone, but their legacy persisted. Aging was more than a collection of memories and experiences. It's also an accumulation of injuries. The past came back to haunt us, and the pain compounded. We don't really heal from anything. We just learn to live with it. Or we die from it. My mouth had gotten cotton dry, and I'd lost sense of time. How long had I been imprisoned? Hours? Days? How long could I persevere? Was I even sure I was persevering? This was torture. I was being tortured. Minds break under torture. Am I broken? Am I dying? Am I dead? I had a brief but intense talk a while ago with a scientist named Dr. Frank Belgium and his wife Sarah Randhurst. They'd both had several near-killed experiences, maybe even more harrowing than the ones I've endured. They'd both survived a notorious serial killer named Torble, and Frank had an encounter with a demon. I could never figure out if that demon was figurative or literal, and Sarah had escaped from a cannibal island ran by Dr. Mordecai Plinser, a madman who used chemicals to enhance the strength and capacity for evil in human beings. His sick experiments resulted in a monster named Lester Pax. Sarah told me Lester had his teeth filed to point so he could eat people better. Terrifying stuff. Our free-flowing, booze-enhanced discussion had encompassed many topics, including death. Science still can't define what death is, Frank said, or why death occurs. Think about it. When you are pronounced dead, every single cell in your body is the same as it was a moment before. Every molecule is the same. Frank had a stammer that was more endearing than annoying. But they are no longer working like a synchronized symphony to keep your vital functions going. Respiration stops. Circulation stops. Digestion stops. Or more correctly, your microbiome begins to digest you. But to me, a molecular biologist, what happens in the brain as it dies is the most interesting. What happens? I asked. As hypoxia sets in, and the brain is starved of blood and oxygen, consciousness gets wonky. Sarah laughed at that. Is wonky a science term, Frank? You may have read my book, Dissecting Wonkiness, he joked. It won a Wonky Award. How does consciousness get wonky? Time is relative, Einstein proved, and more science is being done to show that reality is subjective. We create space-time by observing and interfacing with it. If you've ever engaged in a pleasurable activity, you can feel as if 3 hours passed in 3 minutes. Or if you've ever been in pain, or taken a difficult test, or been stuck in a stoplight when you're late for a meeting, you know 30 seconds feels like an hour. When you are in deep meditation, or in the process of dying, your concept of time gets wonky, or it vanishes completely. My aunt hallucinated when she was in hospice, Sarah said. Saw people who had died years ago. Had conversations with people who weren't in the room. We all have heard that your whole life can flash before your eyes right before you die. What if that's real? What if your aunt was really seeing and talking to people who were really there? What if brain death is your consciousness escaping its mortal shell and becoming one with all aspects of reality? Unbound by subjectivity, time no longer matters. The past, present, and future all happen at once. Our souls merge with eternity, not just in this timeline, but in all possible timelines. According to the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. Or, Sarah and I both asked at the same time. It's just a last-second neurotransmitter dumped by the body to protect the brain from the encroaching inevitability of non-existence. So we aren't eternal souls, I said. We're just hallucinating before we die. We don't get high on morphine, Frank said. Morphine activates morphine receptors that release dopamine, which is 1,000 times more powerful. Our bodies evolved cannabinoid receptors because humanity and marijuana used to go back hundreds of thousands of years. THC doesn't make us get high. It tells our body to make itself high. So death is our brain taking us on one last trip, I said back then. So death is taking us on one last trip, I said now, in my dark, cold, black tomb. I could be insane. I could be dying. I could be dead. I could be a soul 1 billion years in the future, revisiting this moment. I could be a computer program, ending, rebooting, being deleted, being reinstalled. I could be imagining everything, hallucinating everything. I could be cursed by a witch. I could have hypoxia, oxygen deprivation, killing my brain cells. I could, right now, be in the escape room of terror with Sam and Finn and Harry Jr., and I might not ever escape. Jack. We're never going to escape, Finn said. The clues are too hard. There has to be an idiot protocol, McGlade said. Finn nudged him with an elbow. You'd be the one to know. I'm serious, people are idiots. Many people won't be able to figure this out, so there has to be something in place to help the idiots move along, or else they'd be stuck in this room forever. Like hints or cheats, Harry Jr. said. Or maybe it's timed, I offered. A door will automatically open if we don't solve it after half an hour or so. It's only been 8 minutes, Finn said. You can check your phone to confirm. I did check my phone. Finn was correct about the time, but I realized I didn't have a signal. I have no service, I said. My 4 companions all pulled out their cells. Me neither, Harry frowned. Must have a jammer so no one can search the net for answers. Or, Sam said, it's all a trap meant to kill us. I couldn't tell if my daughter was joking or not. Wow, Mom, I'm kidding. I knew you were kidding. You looked at me with that mom face. You do have a mom face, Harry said, and mom jeans. I looked to Finn for support. He shrugged. It's an escape room, honey. The kids know the difference between real and pretend. That was probably the case, but did I know the difference? My lack of conviction reminded me of my ongoing issues with memory loss, which, ironically, was comforting. If I remembered I was having memory issues, maybe my memory issues weren't so bad. Unless it wasn't dementia. Maybe it was something else. Maybe I was dying. I had a brief but intense talk a while ago with a scientist named Dr. Frank Belgium and his wife, Sarah Randhurst. They'd both had several near-death experiences. maybe even more harrowing than the ones I've endured. They'd both... Wait, wasn't I thinking about this exact thing recently? About death taking our brain on one last trip? I was thinking about that. I know I was, to take the mind off the pain in my back. My back. Battleship, I said. Your ass isn't that big, Jackie. I'm just saying you could drop a gene science or two. How do you win at Battleship? I pressed on, ignoring McGlade. You call out rank and file locations to your opponent, Sam answered. A1 to J10. Compare that with spines, I said. Your posture isn't the best, Jackie. I didn't want to say anything since Chandler called me a grammar Nazi. I remember her saying that. At the bar. Or maybe I'm making made-up connections in my own head, answering my own questions, solving my own riddles. Either way, the made-up connection I was currently making felt extremely satisfying. Vertebrae are numbered, I explained. C, T, and L. And the C matches a battleship board, Sam nodded, getting it. C1 through C7 are vertebra numbers, and also battleship numbers. We all turned toward the X-ray of the skeleton. Finn reached for the spine. The C's are at the top, Daddy. When Finn's finger hit C5, he found a hidden button. He pressed it with a satisfying click, and the door opened. I waited for congratulations. That didn't come. Instead, McGlade rudely pushed past and opened the door the smiling guy had originally locked. Weird. It's different than the lobby we entered through. I exited the fake office last, and the room had indeed changed from a lobby area to what looked like an abandoned church, complete with pews, stained glass windows, an altar, and an organ next to the choir risers. How was that possible? Did they completely strip the previous room and put together a whole new one? It was either the mother of all magic tricks, or I was losing my mind. I sidled up to McGlade. Am I losing my mind? Can't lose what you never had. Seriously, McGlade, I haven't been the same mentally since Lake Flathead. I've never been good mentally. What's your point? I think I might be losing my grip on reality. So grip it harder. I don't know if this here and now is actually here and now. Harry made a face. Jesus, Jackie, it's not all about you. There are other people in the world, you know. Maybe give them a chance to shine. Chandler. She dreamt vividly, lucidly, flying over a lush, green landscape, unlike any she'd ever known. The sense of freedom, of liberation, of complete lack of responsibility exhilarated Chandler in a way she'd never known. A rush of curiosity for curiosity's sake, of unexplored realms and discovery, filled her with joy more than she had ever known. And that was the tragedy. That this silly pot dream was better than anything she'd ever experienced, and will likely be better than anything she ever will experience. The reality within the fantasy sent Chandler plummeting to the ground, picking up speed, the sensation of falling so acute and terrifying that right before she splattered onto the ground, she opened her eyes and woke up, gasping. Morning had arrived, sunlight streaming in through the kitchen window. Chandler had passed out on the floor. I've slept in worse places, much worse. Jack had provided a pillow and blanket, but during her dream/nightmare, Chandler had managed to kick the blanket off and push the pillow under the table. She sat up and checked the clock on the oven. It read 8:15. I need to ask Jack where she got those edibles. That was intense. Chandler faced the floor and knocked out 50 push-ups, getting her heart going, her blood flowing. Then she stood and walked to the counter, reaching for the coffee. And a jolt of memory from the drug trip flashed in her mind. Something to do with a Wendigo and telephone poles? She couldn't pinpoint it, and the more she tried to remember, the more elusive the memory became. Chandler made a pot of joe, extra strong, and went into the fridge for butter, ham, cheese, and eggs. She scrambled enough eggs for herself, realized that she had a housemate, and decided to see if Jack was awake and wanted some breakfast. Death at the window. What does that mean? Death at the window. Chandler walked into the great room and paused, mid-step. Gunpowder. I smell gunpowder. She had her Beretta out of her hip holster, snake strike fast, and did a quick sweep of the room, focusing in on the hallway, finding 2 bullet holes in the ceiling next to the closed attic entrance hatch. No brass on the floor, but some rock salt that wasn't there previously. Jack's bedroom, empty. Bed, unslept in. Bathtub, a film at the bottom Chandler assumed was some kind of soap. I remember talking to Jack about taking a bath. Chandler quickly checked the other rooms and stopped at the corner wall where the hallway began. Chips of paint, dotting the floor. They weren't there previously. Chandler went to the front door, opened it, seeing the rental truck still in the driveway. Jack is gone. She didn't drive off. Were there intruders? Maybe Jack scared them away, firing warning shots into the ceiling. Were they warning shots, or was she aiming at a target? Could there be other places to hide in this house? She turned back to the hallway. The ceiling's stealth access panel above her had a small plastic knob on it, and Chandler did a vertical jump and pinched it, pulling out the attached retractable cord, and then pulling down the folding wooden ladder. She ascended like a cat, quick and sure-footed, and did another quick sweep with her weapon before taking out her EDC flashlight to penetrate the depths of the attic darkness. Rough plywood flooring, fiberglass insulation between the roof joists. She hopped up and moved in a crouch, keeping low so she didn't bump her head on the sloping rafters, seeing pairs of small black circles on the floor at regular intervals. She knelt next to 2 of them, leaning down, and realized they were an eye width apart and not circles at all, but screen-covered holes. Peepholes. From the attic, a person could look down into the house and see every room. Not a promising discovery. She climbed down out of the attic and walked back into the great room, thinking, house is empty. Maybe Jack had chased the intruders away. Maybe they'd abducted her. Maybe a bat got in, Jack shot at it and missed. Then she got up before me and continued the scavenger hunt while I slept. Chandler went back into the kitchen and stared at the stove. Did I see someone at the window last night? She approached the window, seeing a smudge where someone had touched it. But that wasn't what made Chandler gasp and bring up her weapon. The thing that surprised her was in the backyard. A new concrete statue on the grass, posed, kneeling with front clasped hands like a person praying, staring into the house with green-blue glass eyes. Jack. Someone's praying, Harry Jr. said, pointing to a pew. I looked at the figure, immediately knew it was a statue, and immediately felt my stomach sink. I'd gotten my fill of statues in Lake Flathead. Even if I couldn't remember the end of the trip, I remembered those cement monstrosities. Sam and Finn approached it, and I wanted to warn them not to, but I just silently stood there. It was fine, I reassured myself. This was an amusement attraction. We are all safe. Harry and his son went to the opposite side of the makeshift church. I haven't seen an organ that big since my shower this morning, McGlade said. Hey, Jackie, want to come over here and play with a huge organ? You can tickle it with your fingers. McGlade put his hand on the keys, but they didn't press. Fake, he said. Is your organ fake, Dad? Harry Jr. asked. I'd tell you, Harry said, but you'd get pianist envy. Sounds like the dad joke off is back on, said Finn, abandoning his daughter at the creepy statue and walking to the altar. I bought some of that Oklahoma Trail cereal, but it was practically empty. He paused for effect. It said on the box that some settling may occur. Wow, that one really hurt. Too complicated for kids, McGlade said. The Oklahoma Trail was used by settlers to go west, Sam told him. Too complicated for my dumb kid, McGlade said. I'm not dumb, Harry Jr. insisted. I'm average for my intelligence. No one corrected him. Whether that was wise or not would be revealed sometime in his future. Did you know that making a round table is easier than making a square one? McGlade asked. It's always faster when you cut corners. Wow. Can we not do this and instead try to solve whatever puzzle we need to solve? I suggested, hoping the dads would listen. The dads didn't listen. I once thought I had turned into a flashlight, Finn said, then did the required pause. I wasn't very bright. Sam glanced up from her examination of the praying statue. Dad, I'm going to wind up in therapy if you keep telling these dad jokes. Just like me, McGlade said, because my dick is so large. Pause. I had to see a shrink. Sam and Harry Jr. both laughed. I win, McGlade declared. They didn't laugh at your joke, Finn said. They laughed at the word dick. They both giggled again, proving my husband was correct. Harry stuck out his lower lip and nodded. Fair enough. The dad joke-off continues. When I was a kid, my pants were too loose and kept falling down. He paused. So my father belted me. I thought you never knew your father, Harry Jr. said. You got it wrong, Harry replied. I said you never knew your father. We're still waiting for the DNA test. Thank God, said Harry Jr. Those two were going to be a comedy act someday. Maybe not a good one, but one for sure. I walked over to Sam at the statue, still a little apprehensive about it. She sat in the pew next to the kneeling woman, who appeared to be completely made out of high-grade fiberglass or maybe resin. The detailing was good, almost photorealistic, from the shine in her fake brown eyes to the fake wrinkles in her Sunday dress. Her hands were forever attached to a fake hymn book, which was part of the same mold that made her, and she permanently perched on a padded kneeler, held there with large bolts through her calves. I'm writing a story about Jell-O, Finn said. Pause. But I'm worried about the setting. I leaned over to Sam and whispered, I'll give you $10 to laugh at one of your father's jokes. No way. Oh, I'm sure the story will gel pretty soon, Harry responded. You had to think outside of the box. That one really hurt. They'll keep doing this forever, I said. They'll have to stop eventually, Mom. They're boys. They won't stop. They won't listen to reason. They won't read the room or pay attention to social cues. They'll just keep doing this until one of them wins or runs out of jokes. And I think their dad joke stockpiles might be infinite. This Jell-O story has to break the mold, Finn said. I'm calling it Hard Knocks. I really needed the dad joke-off to end so we could all concentrate on this escape room puzzle. $20, I whispered. Nope. Tough negotiator. I glanced down at the hymn book the fake woman had in her hands. It had 5 lines of musical notation, with printed song lyrics underneath the notes. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. Sam immediately pointed to the Z in amazing and the second E in sweet. They're the only lowercase letters, she said. A clue? Or a misprint? Someone took my thesaurus, Harry said. Pause. I don't know what to say. I winced. $30, I told Sam. I think I'm starting to like dad jokes. How about laugh at your father or you're grounded for 2 months? You can't threaten me, Mom. I was stuck at home for 4 months because of COVID lockdowns. An irretrievable section of my childhood, stolen from me. A tragedy, Maybe if she'd been at school, they could have taught her the art of compromise. My wife makes terrible coffee, Phin said. Pause. It could be grounds for divorce. I needed this to end. Okay, you little extortionist, name your price. I don't want money, Sam said. I want a favor. I like that joke, Harry said. Pause. I like it a latte. Make it stop. What kind of favor? I asked. I'm glad you could spill the beans, Phin said. I'm glad you let me espresso my feelings, Harry said. You clean up Duffy's poop for a week, Sam said. Maybe she knew the art of compromise, after all. Deal, I told her. Just laugh at the next thing your father says. A man once told me he almost died in a cattle stampede, Phin said. Pause. I told him that's a lot of bull. Sam cackled, the fakest laugh I've ever heard. Phin didn't notice or didn't care. He threw up both of his fists in victory and declared, Ha! I win! In your face, McGlade! Harry scoffed. She just laughed to get us to stop. Harry Jr., why didn't you laugh at any of my jokes? Mom told me not to encourage you, Harry Jr. said. Conspired against on all sides, McGlade said. Just like Julius Caesar. Who wants to toss my Caesar salad? Didn't Harry recently use a tossed salad joke? Where did I hear him say that? What in the actual hell was wrong with my memory? It was more than irritating. Sometimes it was downright scary. So much of who I was depended on my past. And if I couldn't recall my past, then who the heck was I? I got up and went to the church organ to see if it had a hymn book on the music stand. McGlade met me there. Tell me you bribed Sam, he whined. I can't live with an honest defeat. I'll take that information to the grave. Maybe we both will. I glanced at him, a question on my face. Harry leaned in close. I have a crazy idea why neither of us remember how the trip to Lake Flathead ended, Harry said under his breath. Hit me with it. What if the trip never ended? He asked. What if we're still there, locked up in those concrete graves? That seemed far-fetched. And this is, what, a shared hallucination? Harry nodded. Maybe we're still in Wisconsin, but we're hallucinating about the escape room. Or maybe we're in the escape room and hallucinating about Wisconsin. I countered. Or both memories are real and we're just having cognitive problems. After all, we'd both been drugged. Or both memories are imaginary and nothing is real. I made a face. How could that even be possible? Maybe you're not here. So who are you talking to? No one, because I'm dead. He didn't seem to be joking. This was preposterous. Right? I'm experiencing this moment, I said, so I can't be dead. Maybe you're dying, or we're both dying. He looked around the fake church in the way that appeared much too serious for Harrison Harold McGlade. We're in a church, and there is a statue praying. Isn't that a little too coincidental? In what way? If we're dying in Lake Flathead, Harry said, we might want to take this opportunity to pray for our immortal souls. Jack. After going over everything I could recall, I told Val I really didn't want to think about it anymore. Or talk about it anymore. I can respect that. So when are you doing that escape room thing Chandler mentioned? Val asked. I stared at my tablet screen, and for a moment I was confused because I thought I'd already done the escape room. Must be deja vu. The escape room was in the future. The trip to the Northwoods was in my past. I had no idea why I kept getting so confused. It's coming up. Val frowned and shook her head. I'm really sorry I missed Lake Flathead, Jack. Again, no worries. I was glad you weren't there. She narrowed her eyes. I quickly followed up with, I meant I'm glad you weren't there because you might have gotten hurt. I could have helped. Probably, but I was a complete failure up there. I can't even remember most of it. I think maybe Chandler saved me, or Harry did. Someone must have. It was my fault you went. I booked the B&B. It was your fault. You should have used your psychic abilities to predict what was going to happen. Also, give me the lottery numbers. Val smiled, then her face pinched. How's Lund? I asked. He's a quick healer. What was it you wanted to talk about? I prodded. The reason you booked that trip. Val hesitated. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine. I paused. Are you dying? What? No. Is someone else dying? Jack asked. I know you lost your friend, Oneida. Everyone I care about is fine. Lund is leaving you? No, Jack, you're going to leave Lund? You always try to push good things away from yourself, Val. No one is leaving anyone, and I don't push good things away. You're pushing me away right now. Am I the issue? You want to dissolve the friendship? Of course not, Jack. Stop guessing. Will you tell me if I stop guessing? Val sighed. You know, I've been consulting with the sheriff's department. I didn't like where this was going. Yeah? The sheriff, he's not going to run for another term. And I shook my head. Oh, hell no. Asked me if I'd consider it. I was at a loss. Val, really? Sheriff? This is why I didn't want to talk about it, Jack. Because you knew I wouldn't support this. So that's what you think? Don't do it? It's not what I think, I said. It's what I know. What do you know? You already know what I know. Which is, I know that you want to be sheriff. Val frowned and demurred. Actually, I'm not sure. I'd have to run for election and I'm not a politician. And then there's the job itself. A lot of it is running the jail. What does Lund say? You know Lund. He wants to encase me in bubble wrap and take care of me the rest of my life. I rolled my eyes. What a dick. You must hate him. You know what I mean. He's the best. But you don't want to listen to him. Or to me. I do. That's why I want your advice. Stress can't be good for you. I don't know a lot about multiple sclerosis, but isn't stress one of the main triggers? Stress is bad, but the drugs I'm on are pretty good. I haven't had a flare-up in over a year. And the other guy, he'd be awful for the county. And your duty is to the county instead of to yourself, or your fiancé, or your niece. Val crossed her arms across her chest. So I shouldn't do it. You don't need my permission, Val. And I'm not asking for it. I want your opinion. I gave you my opinion. So maybe I want you to talk me out of it. Really? I'm not bullshitting you. I call bullshit. Val laughed. maybe it was bullshit. And what does Grace say? I haven't told her. You won't talk to your niece because you know she'll tell you not to do it. Lund says don't do it. As your friend and former superior, I say don't do it. I ran away from that life. I can't imagine becoming a cop again. And I don't have a medical condition like you do. And your history. My voice trailed off, and Val's position went from defensive to overtly irritated. What about my history? You're a good cop. You've saved lives, but you've had some bad run-ins with some bad people. So have you. Exactly. I nodded, and I quit. But trouble still follows you, Val said. Maybe trouble follows all of us. If there's trouble, I'd rather have trouble as a county sheriff with a police force behind me than as a civilian. I'll make my position crystal clear so there is zero confusion. Don't do this. So this is reverse psychology. You want me to run for sheriff. I sighed. You have the mind for it, and the skills for it, and the experience for it. But what happens if you have an attack during a bank robbery or a hostage negotiation? What happens if you have some kind of neurological dysfunction when lives hang in the balance? Right now, at this moment, I can do the job. The day is coming when I won't be able to. That day comes